Okay. Good morning, participants.
Good morning.
Good morning po. Good
Okay.
morning po.
Please. Good morning po, Dr. Irene Eval. Thank you for supporting our event. Good morning, ma'am. Okay. Okay. Today, the long wait is over. We are going to start the Caba Annual Research Colloquium 2021, of course, via Zoom teleconferencing. This is a colloquium for 4 clusters under the College of Accountancy and Business Administration, namely Accountancy, Accounting Information System, Business Administration, and Public Administration. The theme for this year's colloquium is enhancing research undertakings in the new business world, or of course in the new normal. The keynote speaker will be Dr. Janice Baisa. She will join the Zoom webinar later. Okay, to start the program, we are going to start with the opening prayer. Next slide, Sir Donald, to be given by Miss Kathleen Polanco. Or if Ma'am Kathleen's not here, you can play the video, Sir Donald. Thank
Are you all my personal dreams? Everything you know is in your mind.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas. Mga kababayan,
Okay. Thank you so much, Sir Donald, for the assistance. Okay. Now we are going to proceed with our welcome remarks to be given by newly designated Director for Student Affairs and Services. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's give a big round of applause to Mrs. Cecilia. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Sir Danmar de la Cruz, the Research Cluster Head of CABA and CPHM, to my co-program chairs, kahit wala yung silang lahat at si Ma'am Main lang ang nandito, to Ma'am Irene Ebal na isa sa tinitingala sa larangan ng research, to Sir Donald Dayo, and of course, to our very hard-working College Research Coordinator, Sir Fritz Tubes, at higit sa lahat ng mga participants for the first ever CABA Students Research Colloquium. Today is a very important milestone sa ating college dahil sa kauna-unahang pagkakataon, magkakaroon tayo ng research colloquium. And congratulations in advance sa lahat ng mga presenters because you have the love and confidence in writing a research. Research is very important, not only because it's a tool for building knowledge and facilitating learning, but it allows us, to express our love in writing. And of course, in sharing valuable information. Hindi ko na patatagalin. I know all of you are very excited to present your studies. Again, good morning and congratulations sa ating lahat. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Gerson, for that wonderful message.
Ay,
Okay,
good morning,
while waiting for our...
Good morning, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank
While
you
waiting for our...
here.
While waiting for our keynote speaker, Dr. Janice Baisa. Good morning po, Ma'am Orgy. Thank you for gracing our event. While waiting for our keynote speaker, let's have first the mechanics for our Colloquium 2021. Sir Donald, the slides, please. Okay. So you should join the colloquium by clicking the link. Of course, you are here now. The final program will be provided to presenters along with the virtual link. Participants are requested to turn on their video cameras during opening program and may opt to turn off afterwards. Participants should use only one device during the activity. Participants except the presenters are required to mute their microphone. All the presenters, all the groups will be given 15 minutes to present. The suggested structure is 3 minutes for the introduction, 4 minutes for methodology, 6 minutes for results and discussion, and 2 minutes for conclusion and recommendations. Comments and or questions from reactors will be given after each presentation for a period of 5 minutes, and all presentation will be managed and facilitated by the host. So all 10 groups submitted their PowerPoint presentations and the presentations will be facilitated by the host. So kindly say next slide please to continue your presentation. Okay, here are the order of presenters. Next slide please. Okay, next slide please. We are going to start with the Accountancy and Accounting Information System. Previous slide, please. There are 5 presenters under the Accountancy and Accounting Information System. So first, factors affecting accountancy students' academic performance in President Ramon Magsaysay State University Main Campus. The effectiveness of problems-based learnings for accountancy students in President Ramon Magsaysay State University. Please take note of your designated time. Factors affecting the adoption of computerized accounting system among drugstores in Iba Zambales. Factors affecting the ability to detect fraud of internal auditors employed in selected municipalities of Zambales. and the effect of online class in academic performance of accounting students in President Ramon Magsaysay State University. The cluster experts will be Ma'am Fershia, PhD, the program chair of the BS Accounting Information System, Ma'am Charmaine Santiago, CPA, the program chair of the Accountancy program, and of course, Ma'am Kathleen Ebuen, CPA, our faculty from accountancy also. The moderator will be Mr. Mark Joseph Malonhao. So we will start at 8:40 for the accountancy and accounting information system. Next slide, please. After the accountancy and accounting information system, we will have the business administration. Okay, next slide. There will be two presenters from the business administration program with titles Perception of Employees in the Implementation of a Safe Workplace in the Municipal Offices of a Local Government in Zambales, and the Effects of Time Management on Employees' Work Performance in Selected Public Organization in Iba Zambales. The cluster experts will be Ma'am Felicidad Cuarto Cruz, of course, the Dean, Ma'am Maruela Diaz, DBA, the Program Chair, yours truly, and Ma'am Sophia Lu Ferolino. The moderator will be Dr. Maruela Diaz. And the last cluster is the public administration cluster. Previous slide, please. There will be three presenters from the public administration clusters with studies the effectiveness of ECQ implementation in the prevention of rapid transmission of COVID-19 in Iba Zambales, COVID-19 and tourism, the effects of travel restriction, policies, and new normal protocols on the income of tourism businesses in Iba Zambales, and Manong Driver in the new normal, a quantitative report on how the LGU's tricycle fare matrix in the new normal affects the livelihood of the drivers. The faculty experts will be Ma'am Cecilia Garzon, LLP, the program chair and the director for student affairs, Ma'am Kathleen Polanco, and Donald Dayo, Sir Donald Dayo, faculty from the Public Administration Department of the College of Accountancy and Business Administration. The moderator will be Ms. Jubel Bilag. Of course, aside from the faculty experts that were assigned for this colloquium, of course, all the faculty of the College of Accountancy and Business Administrations are encouraged to share their thoughts, recommendations, and questions to the presenters. Especially, I see now Dr. Novrina Ordi, of course, and Dr. Irene Ebal, Ma'am Dennis Alferos, of course, and other faculty. Next slide, please. And of course, we are very grateful to acknowledge the presence and help of the research department of Prmsu, headed by our university president, Dr. Roy Villalobos, VP Research, Dr. Elizabeth Farin, our research director, Dr. Janice Baisa, our assistant research director, Dr. John Lennon Agatep, and of course, our cluster head for law and business researches in Prmsu, of course, Dr. Danmar de la Cruz. Okay. Those are the colloquium mechanics, order of presenters, and acknowledgement and gratitudes for our university officials. Thank you so much. Is Dr. Baisa ready po? Okay. While waiting for our keynote speaker, can we have a short message of encouragement from, nakikita ko siya sa screen ko, of course, Ma'am Nobrina Bihilda Orji. Can you give us a short message of encouragement and support po for our event today? Thank you, Ma'am. I know you are always ready.
A blessed morning to each and everyone. So my congratulations to the College of Accountancy and Business Administration for having this first colloquium, the first ever in Prmsu, in all the colleges. And of course, nagbibigay pugay po ako sa ating OSA Director, Madam Cecil Garzon. Nonetheless, siyempre, nandiyan po yung ating dean, no? Si Madam Felicidad Cuarto Cruz. And of course, the people behind all of this, the success of this. So, my dear researchers, Really, it's amazing that we already have very, very attentive researchers right now. So keep up the good work because research is life. Yun ang masasabi ko, research is life. So yes, andyan din pala si Dr. De La Cruz. Hello. So being the cluster head. Now, ang mga researches natin, I have seen na napakaganda, Sir Tubes, magagandang inyong, parang pang-graduate school na eh. Pang-graduate school na. Yeah. And amazing dahil ang mga teachers ninyo are very, very, intellectuals about this. You have the quality, you have the quantity. But sabi ko nga, ang research, kapag naging research lang yan at hindi natin nagamit, it's not worthy. So dapat po finding the 4 pillars of this the research, instruction, research, production and extension. Dapat po nagagamit po natin. And all your the titles of your researches are very aligned, anchored with the vision of our president having a prime state smart university. So nabibigay po ako sa ating director, Madam Janice Baisa. So toxic na toxic pero hindi bale kahit toxic may kinakahinatnan. So with that, like the researchers, keep up the good work. I think itong mga estudyante natin are some of them already graduating. So we are also again inviting you to come to the graduate school and share also your craftsmanship. Thank you and congratulations and God bless you all.
Thank you po, ma'am. Thank you very much. We would also like to encourage the presence of Dr. Esmen Cabal. And without further ado, let's now proceed to our keynote talk with the theme Enhancing Research Undertakings in the New Business World. Please welcome the President Ramon Magsaysay State University Director for Research and Publications. Let's all give a big hand to Dr. Janice Baisa. Good morning po, ma'am.
Hello po, naririnig po?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Good morning, Dr. Baisa.
Okay, good morning po. Nagsasalita na po pala ako kanina, hindi naririnig. Okay, so to all our students po who are participating this annual research colloquium for Caba, good morning everyone. Dr. Nubrina Orji, Dr. Garson, I think Dr. Cabal is here, Dr. Cuarto Cruz. So good morning everyone. So actually I'm not that prepared with my presentation, but I'm thinking about early this morning, Sir Fritz called my attention. Ma'am, 8 o'clock po ang ating meeting. So it's a little bit confusing for me because we also have the 8:30 dry run for our international multidisciplinary colloquium at 8:30, right, Sir Dan? So with this, I'm thinking about how can I deliver my speech and who am I targeting to. So could you please allow me to share my screen, Sir Fritz?
Sir Donald, technical committee po. Please
Okay.
let Ma'am Baisa share her screen. Ayan. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Nakikita na po ba? Okay. So I think this is the most simple way or the simplest way how can I market or how can I encourage those students pursuing or graduating under the business and management and business management and administration on how important research is. Okay, so please allow me to introduce first what is the target of PRMSU. So actually, PRMSU is targeting for its research excellence. So therefore, anybody or any student under this are conducting research in PRMSU will be graduating, tagging in their names. Okay, you are a research expert, and that is a very good foundation pagdating natin sa labas. Okay. So how do we do it in research? Okay. Since our university is actually a learner-centered research university and now targeting to be a smart university, CABA, okay, or the College of Administration and yes, the CABA is one of the pillars in promoting research. Okay, so we have different campuses, and this course is only offered in Iba campus, or it has been satellited to Masinloc campus as far as I know. Okay, so the core mandates of our institution is basically for instruction, for research, for extension, and for training. Doing research with together with your academic courses is one of the biggest potential that you will adhere and you will have when you go in the outside world. That is reality, and you cannot um, take away or get away from doing research when you are in the real world, whether it is an action research, a basic research, or any of your endeavor. It is part of our life. Okay. So as of now, that is our status in terms of research in PRMSU. And I think all of you, especially the CABA, okay, are among the significant contributors in the success of our research endeavors. So with this colloquium, how can I encourage you, okay, to do research and keep on moving with research? Because with your course, business administration, we should keep on touching the people. Okay. So with our new condition now, we are facing the pandemic, but we are still have to do the basic steps of research. Okay. We have to assess our clientele. We have to propose. We need approval for funding, and we have to conduct for research. And this is the one that is being conducted by the students amidst pandemic. Okay, so we are doing all of that. Okay, so that is research. Okay, and what is important in doing research, as I'm sharing with you, makikita ninyo that is an agriculture one, but actually that is business. Okay, before we reach people, we have to do research, and that starts from you, our dear students. Okay. Okay. So the best research actually that you are doing is one the community utilize your findings or your products. Okay. So when you do research, you are not merely doing research for yourselves. You are doing it for the benefit of your community or whoever will benefit for that, whether it's the private sector, the public, or the poorest among the poor. Okay. So success in research and development endeavors can only be possible with your deep and constant immersions of your mentors to the group of clientele. So you as students after graduations, you will become mentors. So as you become the mentor of the group, do not stop to what you have only done. Walang period sa research. It is always a continuous struggles, continuous challenges, continuous endeavor for us to reach our goal. So we continue to aspire, we continue to inspire through business and management. Okay. So let me share to you one thing. This is the best way I can share what is research or what is the impact of research for you in agribusiness. Do you know this person? Anyone? Okay. So I think he may look familiar to you or unfamiliar to you, but he is actually a graduate of Prmsu, the first batch, if I'm not mistaken, when the business finance course was offered in Caba. Okay. He is not a cum laude, nor he is not yung sinasabi natin, pasaway among the group. Okay? He is only an average student who conducted research on business finance. Okay? And during his period, he struggled a lot. Okay? Doing his research, writing, and until he came to the point that I almost, or he almost stopped and told me, Ate, I don't want to do research anymore. But he he accepted the challenge. Okay, he accepted the challenge, he continued doing research, and he succeeded. That research is now leading him to getting all his aspirations in life. So he aspires for something. He made his goal. After graduating as an average student in this university, he aspired for more. So he applied and worked for several companies, okay, until he reached the point that I am a graduate of business administration. Why don't I create my own company? Okay. So out from his research, he studied the process of business marketing, and now he has his own company to deal with. Okay. He owned that company. He is the boss of his company. He is the president of his company and a graduate of Prmsu under Caba. Okay. So why did I put this one? So my brother is actually a proud graduate of your college. And being proud, it means your professors are actually doing good and excellent and leading you to a better future. So with this, all the undertakings of the Business Administration College with you, our students, are actually not giving you such what do you call this, pahirap na sinasabi natin. Okay? So, hindi siya pahirap, but we are teaching you how to do proper researches and how to use these researches towards reaching your dreams. Okay? So, you aspire and be inspired, and let us all reach our dreams through research. So with that, thank you very much, and God bless you all for today's colloquium.
Thank you so much, Dr. Janice Baisa, for imparting encouraging words to our researchers. Tama pa yung sinasabi ni ma'am, hindi naman sa pinapahirapan namin kayo while doing your thesis. This is just for us to teach you how to do proper research and of course to make research a tool for you to achieve your dreams. Okay? Let us award the Certificate of Appreciation to Dr. Janice Paisa. Let me read the citation. President Ramon Magsaysay State University and College of Accountancy and Business Administration awards this Certificate of Appreciation to Dr. Janice Paisa, Prmsu Director for Research and Publication, for sharing her knowledge and expertise as the keynote speaker during the first Caba annual research colloquium with the theme Enhancing Research Undertakings in the New Business World, given the 6th day of August 2021 at President Ramon Magsaysay State University College of Accountancy and Business Administration, Iba Zambales, Ms. Felicidad B. Cuartogruz, MBA, Dean of the College of Accountancy and Business Administration, and Dr. Roy Villalobos, the President of Prmsu. Thank you again, ma'am, Dr. Janice Paisa, for gracing our event, and thank you for... Yes, ma'am. We are going to deliver na lang your certificate at your office.
Sure, thank you very much for the invitation.
Thank you, ma'am, for gracing our first ever colloquium. And I am a proud teacher of John Paul Macadaan.
I know din po Kuya John Paul Macadaan. He is one of the most successful alumni
Our
of
favorite
Caba.
speaker also, ma'am,
Okay,
whenever we
with
have,
that,
ma'am.
Senators. Okay. With that, we are through with our opening program, and we are now going to proceed with our breakout sessions for students for accountancy, business administration, and public administration. And we are actually right on time. It's still 8:40. We are going to start our breakout sessions at 8:40 a.m. So we are on time to present the researches from the Accountancy and Accounting Information System. Of course, we have the presence of our Accountancy and Accounting Information System experts, Dr. First Hiya, Ma'am Kathleen Ebuen, and Ma'am Charmaine Villalobos. Okay. Sila po ang cluster experts with the help of all the faculty of the College of Accountancy and Business Administration. I am giving you now the moderator of the Accountancy and Accounting Information System, the president of the College of Accountancy and Business Administration Student Body Organization, Mr. Mark Joseph Malunhao. Good morning, MJ.
Good morning, sir. I am audible po.
Okay. First, okay, MJ.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Again, I am Mark Joseph Malunhao. So, without further ado, we have 5 presenters under BSA cluster. So, the first paper presentation entitled Factors Affecting Accountancy Students' Academic Performance in President Ramon Magsaysay State University. Let's welcome the authors, Ms. Maris Agbayani, Ms. Jeline Arasal, and Ms. Geraldine Villasin. Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning. Naririnig.
Yes. Okay.
So, good morning. We are proud to present our research entitled Factors Affecting Accountancy Students' Academic Performance in President Ramon Magsaysay State University Main Campus. Next slide, please.
This study was conducted and is now being presented by three researchers, Ms. Maurice Albayani, Ms. Jeline Arasal, and me, Geraldine Villas.
And we would like to acknowledge our cluster expert, starting off with Ms. Kathleen A. Buen, CPA, the advisor of JTIA, Dr. Percy Diap, Program Chair of BSIAS, and Ma'am Charmaine Villalobos Santiago, CPA, Program Chair of BISA. And sa lahat po na nandito sa Zoom meeting ngayon, magandang umaga po. Next slide po.
For the introduction, under the objectives of the study, so students' academic performance are highly affected by a broad variety of factors ranging from intrapersonal conflicts, study habits, state of living to the overall environment itself. This study focuses on the factors affecting students' academic performance in the President Ramon Magsaysay State University main campus. So measuring the students' academic performance in undergraduate accounting program based on factors, therefore tries to recognize and combine the most important factors as well as pointing out to the results important for choosing the most qualified candidates and consequently avoid accounting students' academic failure and dropout.
While the researchers are accountancy students as well, it is likely essential and of great benefit for them to be more aware of the factors that can affect their academic performances. So this study is a product of the researchers' need for a broader understanding of these factors to be able to manipulate its effects on their academic performances. So aside from this, it is usually appalling for people from different courses to hear about significant decrease in the number of students in higher years. So while the retention policy is a huge factor to consider, the students' amount of accumulated learnings as reflected in their academic performance is a huge impact as well. So this work will shed light on how certain factors can really affect academic performance of accountancy students and how those factors can keep them advancing towards the end of the program. Next slide, please.
Statement of the problem. This study aims to determine the effects of the factors on the academic performances of the accountancy students of Prmsu Main. Specifically, the study seeks to provide answers to the following. Number one, is there a significant difference among the factors affecting students' academic performance when grouped according to profile variables? Number two, is there a significant difference among students' academic performance when grouped according to profile variables? And lastly, is there a significant relationship between factors affecting students' academic performance and the students' academic performance? Next slide, please.
For the methodology, conceptual framework, so we use IBDB. So in independent variables, it includes respondents' profile and factors affecting accountancy students' academic performance. So under respondents' profile, we have age, gender, year level, religion, and non-academic affiliations. While in factors affecting accountancy students' academic performance, we have study habits, online-related factor, peer factor, school-related factor, home-related factor, and instructor factor.
For our dependent variables, we have the accountancy students' academic performance. Next slide, please.
For our research design, we employed the descriptive method of research. The researchers employed the use of questionnaires in gathering the much-needed information. The questionnaire consists of three parts. Part 1 is aimed to gather information in the student's personal data like age, year level, gender, religion, and number of non-academic affiliations. Part 2 is aimed to gather the data regarding the factors affecting accountancy students' academic performance. And then part 3 is aimed to gather the data regarding the students' academic performance. The researcher made use of 4-point Likert scale, 4 for strongly agree, 3 for agree, 2 for disagree, and 1 for strongly disagree for part 2 and part 4 for very satisfactory, 3 for satisfactorily, 2 for unsatisfactorily, and 1 for very unsatisfactory for part 3. The researchers administered the questionnaires to the accountancy students of varying year levels of President Ramon Magsaysay State University, College of Accountancy and Business Administration, IBA Zambales, through Google Forms.
For our results and discussions, the respondents comprise of 137 accountancy students from Prmsu main campus. The survey questionnaire was used in data gathering. It is composed of 3 parts. First is the respondent's profile. Second, factors affecting accountancy students' academic performance. And third is the level of satisfaction regarding their own performance. For our first set of results, the test of differences in profile variables of the respondents toward factors affecting their academic performance. So for study habits and profile variables, we found that there is significant difference in non-academic affiliations in terms of study habits as a factor affecting their academic performance. And there's no significant difference in age, year level, religion, and gender in terms of study habits as factor affecting the accountancy students' academic performance. For peer factors and profile variables, we found that there is significant difference in year level in peer factor as a factor affecting their academic performance, and no significant difference in age, religion, gender, and non-academic affiliation in terms of peer factor as a factor affecting their academic performance. For home-related factors and profile variables, we found that there is significant difference in age in terms of home-related factor as a factor affecting the accountancy students' academic performance, and no significant difference in year level, religion, gender, and non-academic affiliations in terms of home-related factor as a factor affecting their academic performance.
For online-related factors and profile variables, we found out that there is no significant difference in all the stated profile variables in terms of online-related factors as factors affecting accountancy students' academic performance. For school-related factors and profile variables, there is significant difference in age, non-academic affiliation, and year level in terms of school-related factors as factors affecting accountancy students' academic performance. On the other hand, there is no significant difference in religion and gender in terms of school-related factors as factor affecting accountancy students' academic performance. For instructor factors and profile variables, there is significant difference in age, year level, and gender in terms of instructor-related factors as factors affecting accountancy students and academic performance. On the other hand, there is no significant difference in religion and non-academic affiliations in terms of instructor-related factors as factors affecting accountancy students' academic performance.
For the test of differences on the satisfaction towards factors affecting their performance using analysis of variance, satisfaction and profile variables, there is a significant difference in religion and gender in terms of satisfaction level of their own academic performance. So on the other hand, there is no significant difference in age, year level, and non-academic affiliations in terms of satisfaction level of their own academic performance. When it comes to test of relationship between the satisfaction and factors affecting accountancy students' academic performance using Pearson-R correlation coefficient, there is a high positive correlation in study habits and online-related factor as factors affecting accountancy students' academic performance between the satisfaction level of their own academic performance. So in addition, there is moderately low correlation in peer factor, home-related factor, school-related factor, and instructor factor as factor affecting accountancy students' academic performance between the satisfaction level of their own academic performance. So for the conclusion and recommendations, the researchers concluded that the respondents have a significant difference on age in factors affecting academic performance such as home-related factors, school-related factors, and instructor factors. In addition, the respondents have a significant difference on year level in factors affecting academic performance such as peer factor, school-related factors, and instructor factors. The respondents have a significant difference on gender in factors affecting academic performance, specifically in instructor factors. Also, the respondents have significant difference on number of non-academic affiliations they are involved in factors affecting academic performance, such as study habits and school-related factors.
The respondents have significant difference in religion and gender in terms of satisfaction level of their own academic performance. However, the respondents have no significant difference in age, year level, and non-academic affiliations in terms of satisfaction level of their own academic performance.
We also concluded that the respondents have a high positive correlation between the study habits and online-related factors as factors affecting their academic satisfaction, and low positive correlation in peer factor, home-related factor, school-related factor, and instructor factor as a factor affecting the students' academic performance between the satisfaction levels of their own academic performance. Next slide, please.
For the recommendations, so based on the conclusions, the researchers have offered some recommendations. So first, since the respondents students in the Bachelor of Science in Accountancy program under College of Accountancy and Business Administration at President Ramon Magsaysay State University main campus responded to the survey and resulted that there is a relationship between the factors that affect accountancy students' academic performance and their satisfaction level to their academic performance. The students' performance shall improve if the administration of the program provides proper learning facilities to the students, and also if they are properly guided by their parents and instructors. If the students should know well about their abilities and their competencies, then said students perform well. In addition, the researchers recommended to conduct a study with the same factors at private universities and conduct a comparison study between private and public universities.
Moreover, the students should involve themselves in positive peer relationships and engage in more exchanging ideas, for it will help them develop critical thinking and problem-solving skills. It will boost their self-confidence and they would feel more motivated, thus helping them to become globally competitive professionals. Lastly, the researchers also recommend to conduct a further study parallel to this study with in-depth analysis, wider in scope and ability to validate the findings of the study. Furthermore, the proponents also recommend to increase the number of respondents and use different research methods, statistical treatment, and data gathering procedures. Next slide, please.
So thank you po.
Thank you, participants. Jay.
Thank you, presenters. Now, open forum is now open for those who would like to ask questions and clarifications. You can unmute your microphone or you can type it in the chat box.
Okay, before waiting for recommendations and questions from our faculty and panel of experts, I would like to commend this study because this study I think is very relevant, especially right now that we are experiencing online class. Diba? Based on the results of the study, the related factors on the satisfaction level of or the academic satisfaction level of students, one of the high positive factors yung online related factors aside from the study habits. But Of course, all the factors actually has a positive correlations. Some are high lang and some are low, and it is actually very evident that the online related factors are some of the high factors na nag-affect ng academic satisfaction right now. So I think this study is very timely and relevant. Do we have any recommendations po and questions? Okay. The recommendation and questions part are also open to other participants. So I think nag-go signal na si Ma'am G. We are going to proceed with our next presenters. MJ.
Okay, our second presenter is entitled Effectiveness of Problem-Based Learning for Accountancy Students in President Ramon Magsaysay State University. Please welcome the authors, Ms. Kim Carla Velarca, Ms. Michelle Fogata, and Ms. Joyce Marie Menor. Good morning, presenters.
Good morning po.
Okay. Sige yan, Meg.
Okay, you can now start.
So, good morning, everyone. We are pleased to share with you our study entitled The Effectiveness of Problem-Based Learning for Accountancy Students in President Ramon Magsaysay State University. The presenters for this research are Kim Carla Pilarca, Joyce Marie Menor, and yours truly, Michelle Q. Fogata. And our research advisor for this study is Mr. Christian Santos Villalobos, CPA MBA. So what is problem-based learning? Next slide po. Problem-based learning is a teaching method in which complex real-world problems are used as the vehicle to promote student learning of concepts and principles as opposed to direct presentation of facts and concepts. And that is according to Dutch et al. 2001. In addition, problem-based learning is a student-centered pedagogy in which students learn about a subject through solving different kinds of problems. And it was first pioneered by Barrows and Tamblyn at the medical school program at McMaster's University in Hamilton in the 1960s. Yes, PBL has long been used in various fields, especially in accounting, which is our study. We decided to do this research so that we could find out if PBL is really effective in students' learning and to know if problem-based learning will really affect the performance of a student in the class. And this study will be of great benefit to accountancy students, instructors, and future researchers.
Next slide po. The main objective of our study is to assess the effectiveness of problem-based approach
in the learning process of accountancy students in President Ramon Magsaysay State University. The following are the questions that must be answered at the end of our study to validate the claims of the researchers. First, what is the profile of the respondents in terms of age, sex, and year? Second, how is the academic performance of students described in the following core subjects taught using performance-based learning? Final grade in Intermediate Accounting 1, final grade in Intermediate Accounting 2, and final grade in Intermediate Accounting 3. Next, how are the students' perceptions and effectiveness of problem-based learning described in terms of written assessments, class discussions, and group collaboration? Next, is there a significant difference between the perceived effectiveness of problem-based learning of the respondents according to their profile variables? And last, is there a significant relationship between the perceived effectiveness of problem-based learning and the final grades of the students exposed in problem-based learning in the core subjects under study? Next slide. Our study utilized the descriptive statistic method of research to assess the effectiveness of problem-based learning to accountancy students of President Ramon Magsaysay State University. This descriptive research would use quantitative method through the use of survey questionnaires. The populations of our research consist of 38 students from BSA of President Ramon Magsaysay State University out of 62. The respondents were enrolled for the academic year 2019 to 2020 and have already taken the core subjects Intermediate Accounting 1, Intermediate Accounting 2, and Intermediate Accounting 3. We used random sampling to complete the 38 respondents. The main instrument used to gather data in our study was survey questionnaire, which is in part 1, consists of profile of the respondents, such as their age, sex, and year level, followed by part 2, wherein the students' final grades in Intermediate Accounting 1, 2, and 3, given that PBL was used to teach the said course subjects. Then in part 3, the Likert scale questions were presented. Our survey questionnaire was checked and validated by an expert before conducting a dry run to 10 BSA students for year 2019 to 2020 of President Ramon Magsaysay State University, which were excluded as respondents of our study. Next step. We proceeded in conducting data collection after we concluded the reliability of the questionnaire. We disseminated the questionnaire among 38 students enrolled in Bachelor of Science in Accountancy on academic year 2019 to 2020 through Google Forms. After the data collection, the responses have been tallied, tabulated, and analyzed. The responses to the survey questions were then recorded, and different statistical treatments are used, like first, frequency and percentage.
Excuse me po muna. Pwede po paki-next slide po. Salamat po.
We proceeded in conducting data collection after we concluded the reliability of the questionnaire. We disseminated the questionnaire among 38 students enrolled in BSA on academic year 2019 to 2020 through Google Forms. After the data collection, the responses have been tallied, tabulated, and analyzed. The responses to the survey questions were then recorded, and different statistical treatment are used, like First, frequency and percentage distribution. Next, mean, the Likert scale, the correlation analysis, and analysis of variance.
Next slide, please. Okay. After gathering all the data that we needed, we sought for the aid of a professional statistician po. So, the statistician computed and analyzed the said data and came up with these results. As you can see in your screens, 100% of our respondents are aged 20 to 22 years old. Most of them are female and most are in third year college. The qualitative interpretation of their academic performance in Intermediate Accounting 1 is good. Its weighted mean is 3.71. The qualitative interpretation of their academic performance in Intermediate Accounting 2 is average, which has a weighted mean of 3.08. Lastly, the qualitative interpretation of their academic performance in Intermediate Accounting 3 is also good, just like in Intermediate Accounting 1, and its weighted mean is 3.53. The overall weighted mean of the students' academic performance in their intermediate accounting subjects is 3.44, and its qualitative interpretation is good. The students strongly agreed in the effectiveness of the problem-based learning approach in terms of written assessments. Its overall weighted mean is 3.4. They only agreed in its effectiveness in terms of class discussion, which has an overall weighted mean of 2.83. They also agreed on its effectiveness in terms of group collaboration with an overall weighted mean of 3.18. Next slide, please.
We concluded that there's no significant difference between perceived effectiveness of problem-based learning of the respondents according to their profile variables. This is due to the results computed that all the values for the profile variables when compared to written assessment, class discussions, and group collaborations are greater than the 0.05 alpha level of significance. And also, we concluded that there is no significant relationship between the perspectiveness of problem-based learning in the final grades of students exposed in problem-based learning course subjects under study. This is due to the results computed that all the R and P values for intermediate accounting subjects denote no relationship to problem-based learning in terms of written assessment, class discussions, and group collaborations.
Next slide, please.
So based on the summary of findings and conclusions, we have considered the following recommendations. First is learning approach intended for accountancy students, specifically in intermediate accounting subjects should not be focused on PBL alone. And the teachers may also look for different teaching strategies that will enhance the students' learning. Problem-based approach may be effective while practicing inside the classroom or on specific topic but it is still up to the students on how he or she will apply the concepts of PBL. Follow-up studies should be conducted in another discipline under the business education courses. After all, students studied their lessons in their homes, thus, it depends upon them the process of integrating problem-based learning framework in themselves. So that is all. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you, presenters. Now, is there anyone who would like to ask questions, clarifications, or give a recommendation?
Okay, tayo lang siguro. Guys, I have one simple question lang. So based on your recommendation, you said that PBL should not be the only main focus of the teaching approach of the instructors, and teachers should also look for other teaching methods. So based on that, or on those sentences, what can you recommend for us instructors to use, since of course you are the students and you know what will be the best for you. So in your opinion or recommendation, what could be other teaching tools that we can use for you to be satisfied with your academic studies, for example? Any answers lang, aside from PBL?
Good morning, sir. Meron po dito sa paper po namin na na-mention yung questioning and discussion po. It includes questioning students in a way that helps them evaluate their own thought processes by probing the thinking behind their statements and questions. This technique also includes asking students different types of questions like knowledge questions, comprehension questions, analysis questions, synthesis questions, and evaluation questions. This is according to American Institute of CPAs.
Okay, thank you. Very good, Kim. Thank you so much for that answer.
Ay, pwede magtanong?
Yes po, ma'am. Yes po, ma'am.
Yeah, gusto ko lang, yeah, of course, in terms of instruction, kasi, of course, I admire very much the recommendations, no? But I would just like to ask, gaano ka-significant po ba yung participants? Gaano kalaki yung population na natanong ng mga researchers? Madam, gaano po kadami ang population na natanong?
Good morning po, ma'am. We only disseminated our questionnaires among 38 BSA students po na naka-take up na po nung intermediate accounting 1, 2, and 3 po.
Okay, good. Pero gaano kadami ang population? Na yung mga estudyante, kasi I understand it is purposive, no? Purposive something to. Pero gaano kadami against na, sabi mo 38 over ganun yata, yun, no? Do you think that's a very significant figure to us and stating that there's no
the population po, 62 po.
That's the total? Is that the total?
Yes, ma'am.
So, it's the total. So, ilan yung nabigyan? Is something like 38, no? 38 ba yun?
Yes.
Okay. So, sige. So, base doon, marami kayong sinasabi na mga ano ba yung sinasabi nyo? Other, So, I think ganito na lang. Malaman din ng study ninyo, malaman ng colleagues ninyo, na ganun pala, hindi ka effective ang problem-based learning ba yun, Rich? Para sa ganon, the teachers din naman siguro will be informed about this on changing that kind of learning that they're going to teach their students. Pero I don't think so na hindi pwede nating alisin itong problem-based, lalo na tayo ay mga critical thinkers. Maybe sabihin lang natin it's a dual or additional learning, but not definitely removing the problem-based as critical thinkers nowadays, lalo na in terms of research. Kasi mahirap. Kasi mas maganda po, mga anak, na talagang gamitin din po natin ito. So that's all, Mr. That's my recommendation to add on, to retain that and add additional approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jorge.
Thank you po.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Yun nga, and of course, because you only had 38 respondents, so this should be a continuous study, especially na merong makaka-take ulit ng intermediate accounting. So the population will become bigger and bigger in the future. So additional studies in the college about this research should be done or conducted.
Okay, thank you, Sir Fritz.
I think the next presenter is already.
Thank you, Sir Fritz. Our third paper presentation is entitled Factors Affecting the Adoption of Computerized Accounting System Among Drugstores in IBA Zambales. Please welcome the authors, Ms. Jarica Agdipa, Ms. Kimberly De La Cruz, and Ms. Jonalyn Detubio. Good morning, presenters.
Good morning po.
So you can now start.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to greet you all a pleasant day. So we will be presenting our paper entitled Factors Affecting the Adoption of Computerized Accounting System Among Drugstores in IBA Zambales. Together with my co-researchers, Ms. Kimberly De La Cruz and Ms. Jonalyn Detubio. For the introduction of our paper, here is Ms. Jonalyn Detubio.
Objectives of the study. As we are living in an industrialized era, the rapid advancement of technology increases the need for the developments, especially among drugstores. According to Aslani et al., information technology has impacted a lot of systems and industries, and one of these is the accounting system. Through the use of IT, companies were able to develop computerized systems for the use of tracking and recording their financial transactions. Networks and computer systems have shortened the time needed by accountants to prepare and present financial and accounting information. But not all drugstores uses or adopting CAS. The researchers then wants to determine the factors affecting the adoption of computerized accounting system. The following specific objectives are to determine whether business size affect in the adoption of computerized accounting system among drugstore, to determine whether the cost affect in the adoption of computerized accounting system among drugstore, and to determine whether the user perception affect in the adoption of computerized accounting system among drugstore. Next slide, please. Significance of the study. The outcome of this study is beneficial to aspiring business owners as it will help them decide if it is convenient for them to use a computerized accounting system or manual accounting system. The findings of this study will also be helpful to future researchers and can be used as the reference for their future studies. This study will also help the owners decide if it is effective and efficient to adopt computerized accounting system. Next slide, please. In the statement of the problem, the main problem of this study lies in understanding the owner's or manager's perspective in adopting computerized accounting system and identify the factors that affect their intention to adopt the said system. In particular, this study specifically answered the following questions. 1. How did the respondents describe the factors affecting the adoption of computerized accounting system in terms of cost, business size, and user perception? 2. What is the extent of the adoption of computerized accounting system by the respondents? 3. is there a significant relationship between the factors and the adoption of computerized accounting system?
Next slide, please. For the research methodology, the researcher adopted a descriptive research design that aims to answer the what and how questions. For the conceptual framework, the interrelation between and among variables are presented using the independent variables and dependent variables model, or the IVDD model. This model is used to better understand the factors affecting the adoption of computerized accounting system. The independent variables consist of cost, business size, and user perception, while the dependent variables is all about the adoption of computerized accounting system. Next slide, please. The materials and methods. So the researcher used a survey questionnaire, and the questionnaire is divided into two parts. The first part consists of all the factors that affect the adoption of computerized accounting system with 5 questions each, and the second part is all about the adoption of computerized accounting system with 5 item indicators. The survey questionnaire is administered through limited face-to-face under the researcher's supervision.
Out of the 21 questionnaires distributed by the researchers, only 16 respondents answered. Using the weighted mean, the researchers have come up to the following results. 1. The respondents agree that costs affect in the adoption of computerized accounting system with an overall weighted mean of 3.04, which indicates that cost and adoption has a direct relationship with each other, wherein if the cost of adoption is low, drugstores are more likely to invest in computerized accounting system. It corroborates to the study of Maternelle, where he stated that owners are reluctant to adopt computerized accounting systems when such cost is high. Second, the respondents strongly agree that business size affect the adoption of computerized accounting system with an overall weighted mean of 3.2, which indicates that owners are taking into account not just the cost, but also their capability as a drugstores to adopt the said system. It corroborates the study of Ahmed, which he stated that the size of the firm is an indication of how willing one company can spend money related to assets that will improve and empower innovative activities. It also supports the study of Gongwaba, where he stated that the larger firms are more capable to invest large amounts of money on technology than on smaller firms.
The respondent strongly agreed that user perception affect the adoption of computerized accounting system with overall weighted mean of 3.31. The result implies that appropriate technology and personal perception should be considered in implementing computerized accounting system. 4. The respondent strongly agree on the adoption of computerized accounting system with overall weighted mean of 3.2875. The result shows that CAS is a big help for the generating of accurate data and to help solve problems that is associated with human error.
In order to determine whether there is a significant relationship between the factors and the adoption of computerized accounting system, the Pearson product moment or correlation coefficient or the Pearson R was used. Upon testing the relationship between the cost factor and the adoption of CAS, the computed R value of positive 0.426 denotes a moderately low correlation between the two variables. And and the p-value of 0.100, which is higher than the 0.05 alpha level of significance. Due to the smaller size, this study did not establish a strong relationship between the two variables. This implies that further study with higher samples should be done. Upon testing the relationship between the business size factor and the adoption of computerized accounting system, the computed R value of positive 0.739 denotes a high positive correlation between the two variables, while the p-value of 0.001, which is lower than the 0.05 alpha level of significance, denotes that the null hypothesis be rejected. Therefore, there is a significant relationship between the two variables. Supported by the study of Rossley, wherein it is stated that the organization's readiness, the employees' competencies, and the business size significantly influence the adoption of a new system. Upon testing the relationship between the user perception factor and the adoption of computerized accounting system, the computed R value of positive 0.657 notes a high positive correlation between the two variables, while the p-value of 0.006, which is lower than the 0.05 alpha level of significance, denotes that the null hypothesis be rejected. Therefore, there is a significant relationship between the two variables. This is supported by the study of Davis, wherein he emphasized that the usage, availability, and adoption of a technology is significantly influenced by the perceived ease of use and usefulness of it. Next slide.
Conclusions and recommendations. Based on the investigation, the researchers concluded that the respondents agree that cost, business size, and user perception are factors that affect the adoption of CAS by the drugstores. Therefore, the drugstore owners or managers take into account the cost, their ability to adapt based on the scale of their business, and their perception towards the system when they are deciding whether or not they will adopt computerized accounting system.
Next conclusion, the decision in the adoption of computerized accounting system was mostly anchored to both the ability of CAS in providing enough information to internal and external control and the fact that CAS is more flexible than the conventional system. The drugstore owners or managers are aware of the capabilities of the computerized accounting system. Hence, they strongly agree on adopting a computerized accounting system. Next slide, please.
The third conclusion is there is no significant relationship between the cost and the adoption of computerized accounting system. There is a significant relationship between the business size and the adoption of CAS. Business size highly affects the adoption of CAS, so that the larger the size of the store is, the more likely the store will adopt a new system that could improve their business operation. The competency of the employees is also one consideration that owners or managers are taking into account. There is significant relationship between the user perception and the adoption of CAS. The result implied that drugstore owners or managers decide if they will adopt a new system is significantly affected by the perceived benefits they will obtain from adopting it. Next slide po, please.
For the recommendations, based on the summary of findings and conclusion provided, the researchers have offered the following recommendations. First, since the respondents agree that costs affect the adoption of computerized accounting system and that they are financially ready to invest, the owners or managers should continue to improve their current financial position so that when they are finally going to adopt, the financial allocations that they stated for the adoption will be available. Second, the Department of Information and Communications Technology should encourage computer usage among drugstores and promote various adoption of computerized accounting system.
Third recommendations, the government may support drugstore owners by investment, loan provision, and technical assistance. Fourth, the drugstore owners or managers should hire qualified staff with sufficient background knowledge in programming and electronic-related programs, since the usage of computerized accounting system requires vast understanding and skills of the said system. Next slide, please.
The fifth recommendation is for the owners or managers to continue to improve and enhance the skills of their employees, especially their computer skills, by providing employee capacity building programs. The sixth one is for the drugstore owners or
managers to invest more on digital infrastructure as it will help them to contribute to the implementation of CAS. Since the respondents strongly agree that there is a significant relationship between the user perception factor and the adoption of computerized accounting system, the drugstore owners or managers should capacitate themselves on the system to help them improve and gain more knowledge about the benefits and usefulness it may provide in their stores. The last one is for there is a need to conduct more research on factors for adoption of computerized accounting system to the areas not covered in this study to get more information. And that is it for our presentation. Thank you for listening po.
Thank you, presenters. Now, anyone who would like to ask questions, clarifications, and those who would like to give recommendations, you can also type it in the chat box.
Okay, MJ. If they have further questions, they can leave na lang sa comment or chat box. Then after this cluster, accountancy cluster, then the presenters, if there are questions, can answer the questions after the clusters. If nag-iisip pa ng tanong ang ating mga audience. Okay.
Sige po,
We
sir.
can now proceed with our fourth presenters.
Sir, so now, our fourth paper presentation is entitled Factors Affecting the Ability to Detect Fraud of Internal Auditors Employed in Selected Municipalities of Zambales. Please welcome the authors, Ms. Rica May Calusa, Ms. Trisha Eclarinal, and Ms. Rogie Diane Rivas. Good morning, presenters.
Good morning.
Okay,
We
we
can
can now
start.
start. Yes po.
So hello everyone, I am Roger Diane Rivas together with Rica May Calusa and Trisha Eclarinal, the researchers. To all respective professors, doctors, and co-presenters, good morning. So our research is all about factors affecting the ability to detect fraud of internal auditors employed in selected municipalities of Zambales. So next slide please. So fraud, whether small or big, is still fraud, and it has the ability to make entities and organizations suffer from financial instability and breakdown. This is where internal audit takes place. According to the Institute of Internal Auditors Global, internal audit is an independent, objective assurance and consulting activity designed to add value and improve the organization's operations. It helps the organizations accomplish its objectives by bringing a systematic and disciplined approach to enhance the effectiveness of risk management, controls, and governance processes. Companies then hire internal auditors to internal audit and to help in the assessment of internal controls established within. So the main objective of this study is to determine the factors that affect the ability to detect fraud of internal auditors in selected municipalities of Zambales. So the findings of the study were beneficial to internal auditors, firms, users, and future researchers. Among the four, the internal auditors will benefit the most as they are the main focus of the study. They will be able to assess their abilities in fraud detection and be aware on the several factors present that can affect their abilities. So next slide, please. So given here is the statement of the problem. First, how may the profile of the respondents be described in terms of sex, age, length of experience in internal audit, and area of practice? Second, how may the respondents perceive the following factors affecting their ability in fraud detection, namely audit experience, competence, professional skepticism, and independence? Third one, how may the internal auditor's ability in fraud detection be assessed?
Fourth, is there a significant difference among the internal auditor's ability in fraud detection when grouped according to profile variables? And lastly, is there a significant relationship between the internal auditor's ability in fraud detection and the factors affecting in terms of audit experience, competence, professional skepticism, and independence? Next slide, please.
So proceeding to the research methodology, this research used a quantitative descriptive research design in which questionnaire checklist was utilized to obtain primary data from the respondents. So this study also used an IVDB model as the research paradigm, where the researchers anticipated to find the relationship of independent variables, which are the profile of the respondents, and the factors, namely audit experience, competence, professional skepticism, and independence towards the dependent variable, which is the internal auditor's ability in fraud detection. So next slide, please. So when it comes to the materials and methods used, the researchers utilized an online survey questionnaire created through Google Form to gather data in relation to the variables being studied. So the said instrument was adopted from the studies of Sitovia 2016 and Drogalas et al. 2017 with some modifications and additions made by the present researcher. The questionnaire for this study was composed of 3 parts. First is the brief profile of the respondents. Second is the evaluation of the factors, and lastly is the assessment of internal auditors' fraud detection capabilities. So questions included were mainly close-ended questions and were measured in a 4-point Likert scale. So moreover, this study used a non-random sampling, which is a convenient sampling due to the unknown number of internal auditors in Zambales, as well as the difficulties brought by the pandemic. So this study was participated by a total of 20 internal auditors, 16 of which were employed in the private sectors, and the remaining 4 were practicing their expertise in the government sector. So next slide, please.
So in collecting the primary data, the researchers conducted a survey method wherein after giving the letter to respondents, they administered the questionnaires through online platforms such as email and messenger. And in collecting the secondary data, important informations from various sources are studied and compiled. And after the data collection, analysis tools are used to interpret the data gathered, which are first frequency count and percentage distribution, which is used to describe the profile of the respondents. Second is the mean upon the respondents' perception of the factors and the ability to detect fraud. And third is ANOVA, which is used to test the difference of the ability of internal auditors to detect fraud when grouped according to profile variables. And then last is person-R correlation, which is used to test the significant relationship between the factors and the ability of internal auditors in fraud detection. Next slide, please.
So presented here is the frequency and percentage distribution of respondents in terms of their profile, which answers a statement of the problem number 1. So first, when it comes to their sex, 7 or 35% is male and 65% or 13 respondents is female. So when it comes to their age, majority of the respondents belong to the age bracket of 28 to 32 years old with a corresponding percentage of 35%. So when it comes to the length of experience, the frequency and percentage distribution shows that same percentage of 25 or 5 respondents have been recorded to have a 1 to 3 years of experience and more than 3 to 5 years of experience. And lastly, when it comes to the area of practice, among 20 respondents, 16 or 80% of the respondents are employed in the private sector, while the remaining 4 or 20% are working in the government sector. So next slide, please.
With response to the statement of problem number 2, here is the respondents' perception on factors affecting their ability to detect fraud. First is audit experience with an overall weighted mean of 3.72. Second is competence with an overall weighted mean of 3.67. Third is professional skepticism with an overall weighted mean of 3.53. And fourth is independence with an overall weighted mean of 3.45. 54 all means showing that the respondents strongly agree that these factors affect their ability to detect fraud.
So next is in relation to statement of the problem number 3, which is the assessment of internal auditors' ability to detect fraud. With an overall weighted mean of 3.64, the respondents almost always detect various forms as well as indicators that might constitute an act of fraud. So next slide, please. So proceeding to the analysis of variance to test difference in the ability of the respondents when grouped according to profile variables. So with a computed p-value of 0.852 for sex, 0.224 for age, 0.474 for length of experience, and p-value of 0.926 for area of practice, the researchers have found that sex, age, length of experience does not significantly that the profile of the respondents is not significantly I'm sorry po. Wait lang po. So the computed p-value shows that there is no significant difference in the level of fraud detection ability of the respondents when grouped according to profile variables. So this means that sex, age, length of experience, and area of practice does not significantly affect the fraud detection ability of the internal auditors. So next slide, please.
So next is the test of relationship between the factors and the internal auditor's ability in fraud detection, which answers the statement of the problem number 1. So first is the audit experience with the computed R value of positive 0.194. It can be denoted that there is a positive but slight correlation between the said factor and the internal auditor's ability in fraud detection. However, with the computed p-value of 0.412, which is greater than the significance level of 0.05, it can be denoted that there is no significant relationship between audit experience and the ability to detect fraud of the respondents. Thus, the null hypothesis was failed to reject. Next is the competence. It can be denoted that there is a positive and moderate correlation between competence and internal auditor's ability in fraud detection with a computed R value of positive 0.439. Thus, the positive relationship denotes that as the internal auditor's competence increases, their ability to detect fraud also increases. On the other hand, the computed p-value of 0.050, which is equal to the significance level of 0.05, it can be denoted that there is a significant relationship between the said factor and the internal auditor's ability in fraud detection. Thus, the data favors the alternative hypothesis.
Third is professional skepticism with a computed R value of 0.234, showing that there is a positive relationship and low correlation between the said factor and the ability of internal auditors in fraud detection, and a computed p-value of 0.320, which states that professional skepticism has no significant relationship with the internal auditor's ability in fraud detection. Thus, the null hypothesis was failed to reject. Lastly is independence with a computed R value of 0.447, showing that there is a positive relationship and a moderate correlation between the said factor and the internal auditor's ability and fraud detection, denoting that as independence increases, the same as the internal auditor's ability and fraud detection. On the other hand is the computed p-value of 0.048, which is less than the significance value of 0.05, showing that independence is significantly related or has a significant relationship with the internal auditor's ability and fraud detection. Thus, the null hypothesis was rejected. Next slide, please.
So based on the summary of findings, the researchers concluded that majority of the respondents' age belongs to the age bracket of 28 to 32 years old, females with length of experience 1 to 3 years and more than 3 to 5 years, and are internal auditors in the private sector. It is also concluded that the respondents strongly agree that audit experience, competence, professional skepticism, and independence affects their ability to detect fraud. Next conclusion is that the respondents almost always practice competence when detecting fraudulent activities. It is also concluded that there is no significant difference in the ability of internal auditors when grouped according to profile variables. So lastly, there is a significant relationship in competence and independence towards the ability of internal auditors in fraud detection. Also, there is a positive and moderate correlation for both factors towards the ability of the respondents in fraud detection. Next slide, please.
So based on the summary of findings and conclusion, here are the recommendations of the researchers. First, to company owners, to provide more training and seminars to employ internal auditors to maintain professional knowledge and develop more of their skills in assessing internal controls, especially on detection of fraud.
Second, to auditors, do enhance more of your knowledge, skills, and other competencies through continuing professional development. Participate in activities such as membership, attendance at conferences, seminars, and various training programs. Continue to seek for further education and experiences to develop the necessary skills needed in detection of fraud. Also, do continue establishing independence in the conduct of audit activities. Strive to maintain professional knowledge and applications by compliance with the professional standards to be able to provide accuracy and consistency of service, not just for the organization itself, but also to other users.
And lastly, for further research, do multiply the research sample, increase the variables, consider using qualitative approach, and expand the coverage to validate the finding obtained. So this is the end of our presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, presenters. Alright, so if there anyone who would like to ask questions, clarifications, or give a recommendations, I think you can type na lang po dito sa ating chat box. So, habang naghihintay po tayo, I think we're going to move for the last or the fifth presentation. For the last and fifth presentation entitled The Effect of Online Class in Academic Performance of Accounting Students in President Ramon Magsaysay State University. Please welcome the authors, Ms. Risa May Abaniel, Ms. Kathleen Ekal, and Ms. Rosel Ann Riodique. Good morning, presenters.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kathleen Ekal together with Riza May Abaniel and Rosel Ann Riodique. We will present our research entitled The Effects of Online Class on Academic Performance of Accounting Students in President Ramon Magsaysay State University.
Good morning po. Nakikita po ba yung presentation?
Yes po.
Okay, thank you. For the introduction of our study, the background of the study, the unexpected outbreak of the coronavirus disease 2019 has disrupted the lives of people, the global economy, and the education sectors worldwide. Because of the increasing number of the positive cases, its rapid spread to various territories, and confirmed human-to-human transmission, the Director General of the World Health Organization declared the outbreak of COVID-19 as public emergency of international concern and issued a set of temporary recommendations last January 30, 2020. Due to this health crisis, our government placed its different cities and provinces in lockdown last March 2020. And this affected all the levels of education in our country. Face-to-face classes were suspended halfway into the second semester. Amidst the pandemic,
it is still essential to continue providing the educational needs of the students. The CHED offered alternative flexible learning and teaching methods that are in line with the guidelines of the World Health Organization on how to prevent the further spread of the COVID-19, which is to maintain physical distancing. As a result of the disturbing effect of the COVID-19, the educational institutions were forced to the adoption of online learning. In line with this, it has become challenging to to the students taking courses with complex subjects, and one of these courses is accountancy. We specifically come up to this study to determine the effect of online learning on the academic performance of accounting students in President Ramon Magsaysay State University. Since pandemic affects the students' way of learning drastically, it is important to raise concern and awareness to the readers of this study about the common problems that accounting students encountered while doing online class at home. And also, this will serve as a common voice for the accounting students in Prmsu. For the statement of the problem, specifically, this study sought to answer the following questions. 1. What learning method does accounting students prefer between online class and face-to-face learning? Second, is there a significant relationship between accounting students' academic performance and online class? Third, what are the common problems that Prmsu accounting students encountered in the online learning? And 4, what other ways do accounting students think will improve the online learning in Prmsu?
Conceptual framework. It consists of relevant variables of the study and maps out how they relate to each other. In our study, it consists of three phases, which are the input, the process, and the output. The input consists of accounting students' preferred mode of learning, perceived effect of online class to their academic performance, perceived reason of academic performance, common problems encountered in online learning, and recommendation to improve online learning. The process, administering of the questionnaires, tabulation of students' responses, statistical analysis of data, and interpretation. The output, which shows that instructors should continually encourage and motivate students to be their best, provide additional learning references. Accountancy students should continually adapt to the changes in the teaching learning methods and study harder. Students who experience technical issues can choose modular mode of learning. The university should frequently perform online class monitoring because it will motivate instructors to stay active and perform their duties regularly. And follow-up studies should be conducted in another disciple under the business education courses to validate the findings thereof. Next slide po. Research methodology. Research design. This is a quantitative study which made use of a descriptive survey design to gather relevant data. Scope and delimitation. Enrolled students for the school year 2020 to 2021 taking Bachelor of Science in Accountancy in the second and third year level. This study was conducted in President Ramon Magsaysay State University. Next po. Data collection. It was participated by selected 93 students from 119 total of BS and Accountancy students. The data was collected using online Google form. Data analysis. The following statistical treatment was used to interpret the data effectively. We have frequency and percentage distribution, weighted mean, person correlation coefficient, and Spearman correlation coefficient. When it comes to validity and reliability testing, we use Cronbach's alpha and Gryffindor's alpha. Next po.
After we gathered all the data we needed, we seek a help from an expert statistician for the computation of our results and discussion. So for the results and discussion, the table 4 shows the frequency and percentage distribution of the respondents' preferred teaching and learning methods. The majority of the respondents preferred the face-to-face learning method with 88 or 94.62% out of the total 93 respondents, while 5 or 5.38% of them preferred online learning. So for table 5, the shows the frequency and percentage distribution of the respondents' academic performance. So, it shows that out of 93 respondents, the highest frequency of 59 or 63.44% was negatively affected, and the lowest frequency of 13 or 13.98% was not affected. So the table 6 shows the frequency and percentage distribution of the respondents' perceived effects of online learning in their academic performance for positively affected. So the perceived positive impacts are: I have better access to information online with the frequency of 11 and percentage of 11.83. I am more motivated to study with the frequency of 2 and percentage of 2.15. I am more comfortable to study at home with the frequency of 6 and percentage of 6.45, and I can understand the lessons better with the frequency of 2 and percentage of 2.15. So for the table 7, which shows the frequency and percentage distribution of the respondents' perceived effect of online learning in their academic performance for negatively affected. So the perceived negative effect: I have poor understanding on the lesson during online class with frequency of 24 and percentage of 25.81. I need student-teacher personal interaction, frequency of 9 and percentage of 9.68. I lost interest to study online, frequency of 17 and percentage of 18.28. I cannot attend to online class regularly, frequency of 1 and percentage of 1.08. I am distracted by the social media with the frequency of 3 and percentage of 3.23. There is insufficient learning materials with the frequency of 3 and percentage of 3.23, and there are inactive professors with frequency of 2 and percentage of 2.50.
Table 8 shows that out of 93 respondents, only 13 responded that their academic performance during online class was perceived to be not affected. The respondents that perceived to be not affected was because of dedication to study online and face-to-face, and they feel no difference between studying online and face-to-face, with 6 or 6.45% and 5 or 5.38% respondents respectively. These findings support the studies of Spooner, Jordan, Algozine, and Spooner in 1999 that although there is a lack of direct contact between participants in a distance education format, it however indicated that there is no cognitive difference between the distance education and traditional class participants. To determine the significant relationship between students' academic performance and online learning, we use crosstabs, Pearson R correlation, and Table 9. The R value of negative 0.406 indicates a negative coefficient. Therefore, there is a negative relationship between students' academic performance and online class. The results show that the academic performance of the accountancy students in terms of their general weighted average does not depend on the kind of teaching learning method, which indicates that the perceived negative effect on students' academic performance has nothing to do with the online mode of learning. Therefore, the students' success in achieving learning outcomes do not depend on whether it is online or traditional, but on the use of appropriate pedagogy, the interaction between students and the instructor, and the quality of instruction, according to Discroll et al. 2012 and Estalami 2012. Table 10 shows the frequency and percentage distribution of the common problems encountered by accounting students in online learning. The respondents choose as many common problems on the available choices that they perceive they encountered in their online learning. The results per common problem chosen by the respondents were based on the 93 total respondents. It shows that the common problems encountered by the respondents using the online learning method include slow internet connection, with a total of 81 respondents, distraction at home 76, caught in between responsibilities at home and school 61, time management 57, and technical issues of the gadgets 53. And 34 says that they can't stay in front of gadgets for long. Adaptability struggle 32, lack of gadgets to use 24, and inactive professors 23. Table 11 shows the frequency and percentage distribution of the perceived improvement of online learning by the respondents. The respondents choose as many improvements on the available choices that they perceive will improve the online learning. The results per improvement chosen by the respondents were based on the 93 total respondents. It shows that the perceived improvement of online learning is creating a compelling, engaging, enjoyable learning environment for students, 17, using recorded video lectures, 14, motivating students to study harder, 11, and providing other references of single topic, 10. Next slide, please.
And for our conclusion, the preferred mode of teaching learning of accountancy students was face-to-face learning, which can be linked to the difficulty of some of the major subjects, wherein they need the collaboration of their classmates in the presence of their teacher. The academic performance of the accountancy students in terms of their GWA was perceived as negatively affected by online learning method. However, previously cited researchers stated that there are no cognitive differences between online and traditional learning. Moreover, the respondents perceive negative effect of online learning in their academic performance is having a poor understanding of the lesson and loss of interest during an online class. Based on this, it shows that there is a negative relationship between students' academic performance and online learning. Thus, the perceived effect, whether negative or positive, has nothing to do with students' academic performance. This is because the academic performance of the students depends on how they exert efforts for their studies. The common problems encountered by the accountancy students in online learning include slow internet connection, distraction at home, caught in between responsibilities at home and school, time management, technical issues of the gadgets, cannot stay in front of gadgets for long, adaptability struggle, lack of gadgets to use, and inactive professors. Most of the problems are related to technical issues and personal problems. However, due to the pandemic, students need to adapt to the current trends of teaching learning methods. Furthermore, the perceived improvement of online learning includes the creation of compelling, engaging, enjoyable learning environment for students, using recorded video lectures for students, motivating students to study harder, and providing other references of a single topic because most of the students need to stay motivated and confident that online learning is not a hindrance for them to learn. Next, please. For our recommendations, instructors should continually encourage and motivate students to be their best in this current situation, provide additional learning references that might enhance their learning skills since collaboration with their other classmates is no longer possible. Accountancy students should continually adapt to the changes in teaching learning method and study harder as during face-to-face learning. Online class should not be considered as hindrance to achieve better quality of education. Students who experience technical issues can choose modular mode of learning. They should also figure out what strategies will work for them to stay motivated in any manner. Learning accounting might become harder during online class. Students who experience they should also figure out what strategies. Learning accounting might become harder during online class for some, but with patience, discipline, and time management, it will not be affected. They should keep in mind that instructors are there to guide and nurture the learning process. But the learning success still depends on the students itself, on how he or she embrace the learning environment. The university should frequently perform online class monitoring because it will motivate instructors to stay active and perform their duties regularly. Follow-up studies should be conducted in any discipline under the business education courses to validate the findings thereof. Thank you po.
Thank you, presenters. Now we are done with our 5 presenters under BSBA cluster. We
Mr.
open.
MC,
Hello po.
Mr. MC, can I
Yes po,
ask
ma'am.
some questions with the last presenter?
Yes po, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I would, Mr. Tubes, no. I would like to ask the presenter what's their definition of inactive professors?
Presenter.
They presented there. In fact, it's their recommendation, or I think findings, that there are inactive professors. What do they mean when they say inactive professors?
Presenters.
Yung mga ano po sa inactive professors, may mga professor po kasi na hindi po sila nakaka-attend ng classes na regularly. Kaya po may factor na nakapekto po dun sa pag-aaral din ng mga students.
Excuse me, how will that happen when in fact their presence should be there? So what do you mean when they are not present? You continue with the lesson, you yourselves as students, meaning to say like that? Ganon nangyayari? What did you do? Ano ang ginawa ninyo when the person or the professor have been continuously inactive? Ano ang ginawa ninyo doon? When
yung
it became
presence po
already a problem.
Although po, kailangan po talaga na magkaroon ng self-study since accountancy students kami and other students din po. Yung presence po kasi ng professor ay kailangan po para ma-motivate din po yung students, para ma-check din po yung mga performance nila, para malaman po kung talaga bang nag-aaral yung mga students.
How will the presence will be when the class is conducted online? How will the students be monitored if they are studying? You mean to say that the presence is during the reporting, is it? Or during the lecture? Ganun ba yun? Ibig sabihin, nagle-lecture, wala. Report lang kayo ng report, ganun?
Hindi po, ma'am.
O ano pala, online kasi itong sinasabi mo eh.
Yes po, bali
anong
po.
Presence ang hinahanap nyo?
Bali po, ma'am, nagkakandak po ng mga lectures during classes, yung mga professor.
So, ibig sabihin, ganito ang procedure nyo. Ano pa yung procedure pagka online class? Nag-create kayo ng link, therefore, invited si professor. In-invite nyo ba? Ganun yun?
Yeah, usually po, ma'am, ang nag-produce po ng link is yung professor po.
O di present ka.
O kaya nga, siya ang nagawa ng link, wala siya, ganun. So, malaking problema yan. Another thing, yung table 11 ninyo, you were proposing, sabi nyo dyan, ano ba yun, actions? These are actually interventions, no? They are not called yung answer to problems. These are called interventions. Whose proposed interventions are these? Kayo ba o teacher? Kasi yung table is misleading yung title niya. Okay? Walang nakalagay whose proposed intervention was this to be done by whom? Even ninyo actually. Okay? And then you were recommending to give you more references for readings. And then, ang sinabi niyong problema nyo ay very weak internet connections. So, hindi na siya nagmamatch. Diba? Yung ganon, mga researchers. So it would be best to review your recommendations to match it with your findings. Okay, you are recommending more references to be given. Tapos yung problema nyo na very weak internet connection, paano siya mag-match yan? Okay, so paki-review ninyo yung mga ginawa ninyong recommendations based on the findings that you have, yung inyong table 11 na walang nakalagay kung kaninong proposed intervention yon at sinong gagawa. Therefore, siguro, ito yung pagtuunan ninyo, yung mga weaknesses. Okay. With that, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much,
ma'am.
Another question po, follow-up lang po for Madam Kamal. Hello?
Sige po, ma'am.
May idea? Given the floor to ask the question, please.
Yes po, ma'am.
Pwede magtanong. Pwede po magtanong. Okay, ganito lang po. Para po mapaganda rin po natin yung study, dahil maganda naman po ito. Dahil, alam mo, pagdating sa instruction, yun ang gusto natin ibigay, no? Quality instruction, lalo na sa ating mga estudyante. May I recommend na pwedeng ayusin natin yung conceptual paradigm or paradigm. IPO, I think, no? IPO siya. So, of course, yung inyong input, yung profile, saka yung mga laman ng questionnaire. Now, yung po kasi nagiging output ninyo, parang inilalagay ninyo lahat ng recommendations ninyo eh. So, siguro parang mapaiksi natin, and this is what we're doing. I think Dr. Caba will also agree. Lagay natin the effectiveness of the online, ano ba to? Teaching to academic performance, no? And then, the second siguro nun, pwede natin pong ilagay doon, propose intervention plan. Intervention plan ang ilalagay po natin doon. Kasi yung doon sa nilalaman kasi ng table na yon, na doon sa table 11 na yata, andun po yung mga recommendations eh. And I do understand kasi, usually kasi yung ganitong mga topics kasi, yung nangyayari sana ito sa mga teachers, no? Pero ito naman ngayon ay estudyante.
Ginawa nila.
Estudyante ang gumawa ng ganito, no? So, parang lumalabas, this is an assessment. Talaga, sabihin na natin, aminin natin, assessment natin ito ngayon kasi meron nakalagay doon na teacher factor na eh. Meron akong narinig na mabasa dyan, Madam Cabal, na inactive professors. Di po ba, Madam Cabal?
Yun nga, oo.
Yan nga eh.
So, meron ng ganun pala, hindi pa nare-report. So,
hindi nare-report.
Wala ang magiging action na ganun. Yes. Wala silang nilagay na intervention for that.
Yeah. So, yun lang aming ano ni Madam Cabal, na ilagay na lang natin the proposed intervention plan. Kasi alam po natin, let us not natin, this is now in the pandemic, amid pandemic. And we cannot spare now the having the face-to-face right now. Kasi alam naman natin na ang mga pine-face-to-face natin are very limited lamang na mapagbibigyan. So, accepted natin ito na it's going to be an online. So, siguro yun yung gagawin natin intervention plan na para maging ma-activate natin, para mapaganda lang natin ang how to embrace the online. Knowing that the online, it doesn't mean naman na it's a mixture of the synchronous and the asynchronous learning, right? And meron pa tayong blended. So, siguro mga anak, gano'n lang. And sorry ko na meron pa nang nagaganyang mga natatanggap ninyo. And this should really be, address, no? I-address talaga natin. So, if you, pakiayos lang po natin yung IPO natin para mapaganda natin. And other than that, marami pa na siguro very minimal na lang. Pero magtuon tayo sa title natin. Kasi mahirap po itong ganitong mga problema na hindi ma-address. Yeah, thank you.
Sir Fritz, good morning po.
Yes,
Pwede po
yes, ma'am.
May I ask the researcher po ulit, ano po yung title po nung study nila?
Ang title po ng study nila ay The Effect of Online Class in Academic Performance of Accounting Students in Prmsu.
Apo. Researcher, sino nga ulit yung respondents ninyo?
Second and third year po.
Okay. Kasama kayo?
Hindi po.
Ayun. Ayun, actually po ma'am, ano po kasi yung study nila is tapos na po siya. Kumbaga, ano na siya, siguro probably po yung next batch, next siguro po, pwede silang mag-conduct ng another study for that because parang yung study po nila is already done na po siya. Opo, it was already submitted in the in the library and the registrar. So probably po what we can po siguro is a further study on that po.
Submitted na pala yun?
Yes
It should
po,
have been
ma'am.
reviewed. Kasi tignan nyo yung table, yung title na lang ng table ay nakaka-mislead. Tapos yung recommendations nila, yun lang naman yun talaga dapat ang that it should be reviewed before finally submitting it to all the people who will be required of that, who will be asking for that specific manuscript.
Opo. With regards po kasi ma'am dun sa area wherein yung sa slow internet connections and as well as with the inactive professors, kasi po nakita din talaga ma'am that there is significant po kasi yung percentage dun sa inactive professors. So what is the interventions being done? Tawag dito po, mataas talaga yung percentage nila. So I think po, I don't know kung ano po yung next na kasi parang 23% po yata yung sa inactive. And as well as kasi kaya nga blended siya, sabi may modular tsaka may tawag dito, modular and online. Kaya lang nga po, parang regardless of online and modular, may malaki po talaga significant yung percentage of that particular item.
Indicator.
Opo. Yes po.
Nandyan na yan eh. So, siguro parang paganda kasi siyempre pagandahin natin sa recommendation. May ayos lang. Dr. Cabal.
Yes,
thank you po.
Yun na.
Oo. Medyo sana inayos yung pagka kasi ang study ay related sa teaching or sa strategies to teach, siguro you need to tap some of the experts from who are actually in the field. Yung may major naman talaga na to teaching. Oo, hindi yung kayo na hindi naman sa pero kasi yun yung mas appropriate na gawin. Okay. Consider, anyway, marami naman kasing pool of experts dito sa Prmsu. So consider their expertise. Kung hindi nila kung linya nila yon. So mas maganda na i-consider ninyo sila. Lalo na related sa strategies, sa methodology, sa
parang ang nag-focus po yata.
Talaga namang dapat na chine-check yung questionnaire.
Apo. Parang nag-focus po yata sila is yung effect sa kanila as a student. Apo, noted po.
Well, yeah. Anyway, may nakalagay naman na for a further study.
Yes po, ma'am.
Recommendation. And yun na nga po. So, i-enter na lang po natin yun. Di ba, Ma'am Cabal? Yung nandyan na yan eh.
Okay naman Oo nga.
Oo, nandyan na yan. Pero talaga, inactive. Siguro may definition na kayo kanina sa technical, operational definition, ang inactive teacher.
Oo.
Meron po ba yun? Yung operational definition ng inactive. Thank you.
Ma'am Percy, may dadagdag po kayo.
Yung present, siguro kailangan i-define kung saan present yan, faculty or teacher present.
Yes, sir. Please.
Dapat punta muna kayo sa advisor niyo sana. Yun yung appropriate, yun yung nasa sa procedure, di ba?
Okay po, ma'am. Okay. Thank you so much for our 5 presenters under Accountancy and Accounting Information System. And thank you also to Mr. MJ Malunhao for moderating the accountancy cluster. And of course, thank you for our some of the pool of experts of the President Ramon Magsaysay State University. Actually, this is one of the purposes of this CABA Annual Research Colloquium, of course, to have the expertise and the knowledge of university professors, doctors, and to help us improve our research studies, research methods, and of course, to gain tips, gaya nga nung sinabi ni Ma'am Cabal and ni Dr. Orgy, Dr. Cabal and Dr. Orgy. For example, yung tips na we should look for the expertise or the knowledge of experienced professors in their line of work or in their clusters, especially if it is hindi man sa not related, especially if it is related to other clusters in the university research. So again, thank you po, ma'am, for your presence. We really acknowledge and appreciate your presence during this CABA Annual Research Colloquium. Okay, it's 10:20 now, so we are still on time. We are now gonna proceed to the Business Administration cluster. So we have 2 presenters under the Business Administration clusters. One is a new research from CABA HRDM seniors, and one is a previous research from an alumna representing her thesis group. Okay, may I present now the chairman or the chair of the Business Administration Department of the College of Accountancy and Business Administration, Dr. Marwena Diaz. Good morning, ma'am.
Thank you, Sir Fritz. Good morning, everyone. For the program Business Administration, we only have 2 studies to be presented. First one is entitled Perception of Employees in the Implementation of a Safe Workplace in the Municipal Offices of a Local Government in Zambales. Authors are Armenta Justin May, Josapat Roden, Makam Pei Janica, Minas Chris Austin, together with their advisor, Dr. Esmin Cabal. The presenter will be Mr. Chris Austin Minas. Go ahead, say.
Good morning po sa ating lahat. Pleasant day po sa atin. Allow me to present this research, a new research po. And in behalf of the group, I will be the one to present this new research with the research title, Perception of Employees in the Implementation of a Safe Workplace in the Municipal Offices of Local Government in Zambales. The following presenters are Armenta Justin Mayo, Sapat Roden, Macom Faye, Jenica, yours truly, and our co-author, Dr. Esmen M. Cabal. Next slide, please. These are the following presenters. Next slide, please. To come up with the title, we have a motivation to come up with the title. First, the safety workplace practices of LGU, and the target is the LGU IBA. and the perception of the employees. Nowadays, the issues related to the organizational workplace and management impact on safety performance, particularly the function of safety management, has started to gain attention from many organizations. Good occupational safety management can have a positive effect on competitiveness variables and financial performance. It is a crucial to measure employees' perceptions towards occupational safety workplace practices in the organizations for continual improvement, development of occupational safety implementation. In order to cultivate positive beliefs, practices, norms, and attitudes among all in an organization, the role of management and the involvement of all employees play as important role in safe organizational culture. Mosaidin Abdul Hakim Nielsen stated that lack of management commitment to safety has resulted to poor safety performance in an organization. The lack of commitment for safety management is reflected by the absence of safety objectives, formal safety policies, and systematic preventive effort. This situation will greatly influence the employees' perception towards occupational safety management in the organization, according to Fernandez Muñez, 2009. Policies, strategies, and procedures should be included and be fully integrated into organization to establish good safety management system. The dominant priority for the employees is productivity, whereas occupational safety management does not seem to be part of organization. Nevertheless, today safety management is no longer treated as secondary in the business context. Rather, it is treated as a culture. Next slide, please. Workers' perception of safety workplace have been regarded as a principal guide to safety performance, which provides a potent proactive management tool. Consistent with this observation, researchers have noted that workers have a positive negative perception of safety workplace. In an announced lockdown due to diseases like cholera, coronavirus, etc., tend to engage in unsafe areas, which in turn increase their susceptibility to discontinue the work. Similarly, workers who perceive job anxiety and stress have exhibited a drop in safety motivation and compliance. On the other hand, workers with a positive perception of their workplace safety have registered to accept to follow safety guidelines leads to continue their job. In turn, influence at safety work environment the extent to which the workers perceive the organizations as being supported, concerned, and caring about the general well-being of their employees. Current trends show that organizations have started giving attention to organizational management effects, safety performance, particularly the function of health and safety management. The interest in health and safety management is due to major disasters that have highlighted and the failings of management to protect the health and safety of their workers, and thus to comply with occupational health and safety legislation as to fulfill their responsibilities as an employer to ensure that workers have a safe workplace. Next slide, please. This study is associated with the existing theories as such risk perception theory and social control theory. The risk perception theory offers to the theory of safety and security of a basic methodological approach to the identification and assessment of the safety and security problems by identifying threats, risk analysis, and choice of method of risk management. Risk theory gives to theory of safety and security the basic terms. Risk theory attempts to explain the decisions people make when they are faced with uncertainty about the future. Typically, a situation in which risk theory may be applied involves a number of positive states of the world, a number of possible decisions, and an outcome for each combination of a state and decision. Social control theory has many applications that go beyond the realm of safety and risk reduction. Social control theory was first introduced by Hershey 1969 and states connectedness to organization promotes behavior conformity, which can reduce the probability of high-risk behavior. The research in this area shows that an individual connection and affiliation with schools or workplaces has a positive influence on risk perception. Employee engagement through volunteer safety programs tend to raise risk awareness and reduce risk-taking in the workplace, being able to participate in hazard identification and contribute to workplace safety improvements, builds affiliation with an organization and leads to safer work practices. In addition, the need for research on the effectiveness of occupational safety management is vital to ensure continuous occupational safety performance improvement of the organization. The purpose of this study is to present the employee's perception on the implementation of the safe workplace. Next slide, please. The following are the organization and people who will be benefited by this study. First, employees. The result of this study would help the employees to understand the significance of the safe workplace and its effect to the productivity of an employee in a public organization. IBA Municipal Office, the study would give an idea on how to improve or develop safety workplace practices in despite of the events like pandemic and workplace pressures. Province of Zambales. This study is significant to the local government offices throughout Zambales, piloted to the capital, LGU IBA, concerning the safety workplace practices of the units. Next slide, please. Researcher, it would provide answer to the question and problems that the researcher is achieving to know. Finally, it would be able to determine the effect of employees' perception to establish a safe workplace practices in a pandemic situation. Future researchers, the study would serve as a reference for a future researcher who would conduct similar or related studies about employee perception on the implementation of safe workplace practices. Next slide, please. The slide presented the statement of the problem. The main purpose of the study conducted to assess the perception of employees on the implementation challenges of a safe workplace in the municipal offices and the local government of IBA as piloted in Zambales. Specifically, it aims the following question. What is the demographic profile of the respondents in terms of age, sex, highest educational attainment, number of years in service, employment status, position of employment? Next slide, please. How do the employees perceive on the implementation of the current safe workplace practices as to facilities building and operations, tracking and tracing, physical distancing, wearing face masks and shields, scheduled sanitation, disinfection, government policies and guidelines, administrative support? Next slide, please. How do the employees perceive the challenges in the implementation of the safe workplace practices as to facilities, buildings, operation, track and tracing, physical distancing, wearing face masks and shields, scheduled sanitation and disinfection? Next slide, please. Is there a significant difference in how the employees' perception on the implementation of safe workplace when they group according to their profile? Is there no significant relationship between the perception of the respondents in the implementation of current safe workplace practices and the perceived challenges on the implementation of a safe workplace? Next slide, please. The study made use of the descriptive type of research to determine the perception of employees in the implementation of safe workplace practices in the municipal offices and the local government of Zambales, particularly at the capital, LG IBA. The instrument used to gather data is the questionnaire, which consists of two parts. I might add, the first part of the questionnaire contains the profile of the respondents according to age, sex, size, educational attainment, number of years in service, employment status, and position of employment. Second part dealt with description of implementation and the perception of the employees on the current safe workplace practices, which uses questionnaire design and 4-point Likert scale. The items in each of the variables related to safe workplace was constructed to a literature review from different sources. The survey instrument used were adopted, modified from Civil Service Commission Joint Memorandum Circular Number 1, Series of 2020, Occupational Safety and Health Standards for the Public Sector. These respondents were chosen using a convenience stratified sampling technique based on the availability of the respondents that were used. The researcher used the IPO model. Next slide, please. Materials and methods. The data collected from the questionnaire were tallied, analyzed, interpreted, and summarized accordingly. Listed below are the following statistical tools used in interpreting the gathered data. Frequency and percentage, weighted arithmetic mean, analysis of variance person R and 4-point Likert scale. Next slide, please. Under statement of the problem number 1, the result and discussion on frequency and percentage distribution of the respondents according to the profile variables. First, age. Evidently, on age, variable signifies that the majority of respondents are aged 26 to 30 years old, with 18% according to the Philippine Statistics Authority January 2019 Labor Force Survey. The age group 25 to 34 years old had the highest number of employed people, with the majority working in the service and the government sectors. Sex. Majority of respondents employees across various offices in the municipal offices and the local government of unit of IBA in the sex variable were female with 55%. The data presented contrasts with the National Economic and Development Authority study, which found that the women's labor force participation rates are consistently lower than men's across all levels of education. This is a strong indication that the municipality of Iba constantly addressing gender disparities in terms of employability. Highest educational attainment, majority working in the municipality of Iba were bachelor's degree holders with 75%, should in Bernal states that those with more education, particularly those who attain bachelor's degree or higher, experience fewer unemployment spells over the course of young adulthood. Number of years in service, the respondents working in the municipality of Iba had a 1 to 5 years of service with 25%. Employment status and position of employment, the respondents were employed under a regular permanent position with 63% and were under admin aid level of position of employment with 37%. According to the International Labor Organization's 2019 study titled COVID-19 Labor Market Impact in the Philippines, the majority of the high-risk sectors consist of industries, offices that are likely to remain operational with containment measures in place, such as those who work in the government, particularly those with a regular or permanent status. Next slide, please. Statement of the problem number 2, results of discussion, summary of responses toward the perception of respondents toward the different implementation of the current safe workplace practices. The overall mean of every given variable under perception of respondents towards the different implementation of this current safe workplace practices, such as facilities, buildings, and operation, 3.38, tracking tracing, 3.33, physical distancing, 3.39, wearing face masks and shields, 3.48, scheduled sanitation and disinfection, 3.34, government policies and guidelines, 3.40, and administrative support, 3.34. The total of the overall overall mean is 3.38, as the qualitative interpretation is strongly agreed by the respondents. According to Sakama, in his case, study titled Face Mask in Medical Waste Disposal During the COVID-19 Pandemic in Asia, millions of contaminated face masks, gloves and materials worn during this crisis are undergoing an irreversible process of becoming infectious waste. This in turn will cause environmental and health problems if this will not dispose properly. Amidst COVID-19 pandemic, a wide range of intervention have been proposed to control it, including contact tracing. World Health Organization guidance for contact tracing state that at least 80% of new cases should have their close contacts traced and in quarantine within 72 hours of case confirmation. Next slide, please. Physical distancing intervention were associated with reductions in the incidence of COVID-19 globally. The main aim of physical distancing is to prevent more rapid spread of COVID-19 and to allow more time for public health and healthcare services to become better prepared for the prevention and management of the disease. According to Howard Huang in May 2021 states that public mask wearing is most effective in reducing spread of the virus when compliance is high. Individual object and space sanitations are needed to contain the spread of COVID-19. The end goal of any sanitization process is to remove the virus and inactivate it. In addition, observing individual disinfection guidelines such as regular hand washing and use of disinfectant show a significant effect on the COVID-19 inactivation. In the COVID-19 crisis, the Philippine government and its public has immediately recognized the importance of the role of government policies as every aspect in tourism, travels, and even office policies. Employees should also need to embrace the use of advanced technologies and attending duties in the office during this new normal. Next slide, please. SOP number 3, results and discussion, summary of responses towards perception and respondents toward the different challenges in the implementation of the cotton safe workplace. The overall mean of every given variable under perception of respondents and the different challenges in the implementation of the current safe workplace as such. Facilities and buildings 2.22, tracking and tracing 2.36, physical distancing 2.08, wearing face masks and shields 2.08, scheduled sanitation disinfection 2.04. With the overall weighted mean is 2.18 with the qualitative interpretation of disagree. During the COVID-19 pandemic, office building employees, owners, and managers and operations specialists can take the following steps to create a safe and healthy workplace for workers and clients. Before resuming business operations, check the building to see if it's ready for occupancy. Identify where and how workers might be exposed to COVID-19 at work and develop hazard controls to reduce transmission of COVID-19. According to GIROM, Mintiro, and CSI, states that substantial impact and benefits of quarantine, contact tracing, screening, and isolation in different settings are preventive measures to contain the spread of coronavirus. Next slide, please. To contain widespread infection and to reduce morbidity and mortality among workers, employees, and others in the contact with potentially infected people, optimum use of face masks and the observance of physical or social distancing are integral. And an article published by Frontier Skin states that wearing face masks and shields is recommended as part of the personal protective equipment as a public health measure to prevent the spread of coronavirus. In the preview, sanitation and disinfection, the virus that causes COVID-19 can land on surfaces, and it's possible for people to become infected if they touch those surfaces and then touch their nose, mouth, or eyes. That's why infection control strategies are highly recommended, which involves environmental cleaning and workspace disinfections. Next slide, please. SOP number 4, results and discussion, summary responses, and the significant difference of the perception of respondents towards a different implementation of current safe workplace practices when they group according to profile variables, such as facilities, buildings, operation, tracking and tracing, physical distancing, scheduled sanitation, disinfection, and administrative support. When they group according to given profile variables, therefore the null hypothesis is accepted. And yet, the variable on wearing face mask and shield are also accepted in a null hypothesis. Hence, there is no significant difference in the perception of respondents in the implementation of safe workplace on wearing face mask and shield when they group given profile variables except sex profile variables. However, the computed significant value is 0.03 or lower than 0.05. So this is rejected under sex profile variables. Thus, without a vaccination and distribution masks are one of the few control measures available for protection against the virus because they serve as a physical barrier between people. Not only do masks protect the wearer from droplets and some smaller airborne particles, but they also provide source control, stopping particles coming from a wearer. Study of the filtration efficiency of different fabrics is shown that even cotton weaves and blends can block viral transmission. So masks can be made virtually cost-free with household materials. Next slide, please. Another variable on government policies and guidelines are also accepted except on a specific variable on position of employment. The computed significant value of position of employment profile variable 0.005 or lower than 0.05 alpha level of significance. In spite of the numerous policy instruments, guidelines, and standards for occupational health and safety, gaps and issues identified relate to the lack of awareness among rights holders and the provision of just and humane terms and conditions of work, and among the duty bearers, unclear and scope of policies and the implementing OHS system elements: governance, information systems, financing, products and technologies, health service delivery, and human resources. Next slide, please. SOP number 5, results and discussion: person, product, moment of correlation, coefficient test, significant relationship between respondents' perception on the implementation of current safe workplace practices and the perceived challenges on the implementation of the current safe workplace practice. The computed person R value between the respondent's perception and implementation to the perceived challenges in the implementation of current safe workplace was 0.20, which denotes low or slight positive correlation. The computed significant value of 0.011, which is lower than the 0.05 alpha level of significance, therefore the null hypothesis is rejected. Hence, there is a significant relationship. Next slide, please. The Occupational Safety Health Administration reported supervisor identified obstacles to making safety challenges in the workplace. Supervisor stated that there seems to be no funding for needed changes, risk in spending money for safety, fear of responsibility, and competing priorities with production. It is stated supervisors or heads were overwhelmed with overload, high employee turnover, double standards for productivity and safety, problems with lack of communication, and perceived lack of trust in the organization. When asked about making safety changes in the workplace, workers' comments included fear and lack of trust of management, communication difficulties, competing priorities with production problems with responsibility, lack of consistency, lack of follow-through, and a feeling of them versus us. Next slide, please. Conclusions and recommendations. Based on the findings of the study, the following conclusions and recommendations are drawn. The employees are generally female in age 39.32 years old with bachelor's degree holder and have had 1 to 5 years in the service, a regular permanent status, commonly working as an admin aide position. The respondents perceive they strongly agree that there is an implementation of safe workplace practices in all given variables for which the tracking and tracing is the lowest among all variables, that has 3.33 weighted mean. The respondents perceive they disagree that there is a different challenge in the implementation of safe workplace practices. The office must adopt desks and tables or plan in accordance with the health protocols issued by the Interagency Task Force or IATF. The office must embrace innovations or new systems of tracking and tracing COVID-19 patients. The department should ensure that workplace support measures are available to all and that all workers know, understand, and are comfortable with them. Next slide, please. To maintain physical distancing, the office must still may still adopt alternative work arrangement. The office must strictly follow the guidelines wearing mask and shield in the office. The department should provide series of virtual training, psychosocial support to maintain work motivation despite COVID-19 pandemic. Follow health protocols set by the Interagency Task Force or IATF in crafting work policies. Conduct follow-up and intensive study so as to validate the findings of the study. Next slide, please. I would like to say thank you to our cluster experts, the new program chair, Ma'am Marwena and Sir Fritz. And thank you for the opportunity to present to the first colloquium. Thank you, sir. Ma'am.
Thank you, CA. Any question po from the participants? Question or clarification? Kung wala na po or makaisip ko later ng
question lang.
Okay, okay, Dr. RG, go ahead po.
I would like to ask the researchers, kasi ang kanilang respondents ay from IBA Municipal. Tama ba?
Apo.
Okay. Perception yun, di ba? Perception.
Yes,
so,
ma'am.
ano yung, hindi ko lang ma-clarify kasi syempre, alam natin, nagpupunta tayo dyan sa munisipyo, no? Para at least pati rin naman, hindi lang yung mga empleyado, kundi syempre yung stakeholders na kapag pumunta sila doon ay safe naman sila. Meron ko bang assessment kung ano yung pinaka-total assessment nila tungkol sa kanilang workplace? How do they find their workplace now? Amidst pandemic na, knowing, sabi nga, alam naman nila pala yung lahat ng safety nets, safety protocols, ganyan. Ano, in scale of 1 to 5, how did you assess the municipal workplace?
With the relevance of the results po, ma'am, as we overlook dun sa mga tallying results po, I may say that the safety on the municipal offices po dito po sa IBA ay nasa 3 to 4 po yung range po, yung rate po natin sa safety po pagpapasok po tayo. Kasi as we all know, kapag pupunta tayo doon, meron na po sila talaga sa front desk na tracking, tracing, kini-check na po nila. So at least magiging safe po tayo, even yung mga pupunta po na mga taga dito sa IBA, sa municipal office po natin within the area.
Okay, good. So I think dagdag na natin sa recommendation natin na mag-focus tayo kung saan yung pinakamababa nila. Siyempre alam ko mataas lahat yan, kung saan yung pinakamababa nila na para mapagtibay natin based on recommendations. Kasi kung 3 to 4 is good, but how are we going to maintain and enhance in terms of recommendation? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. RG. Next question, please. So, okay na po. Kung may question pa po tayo later or may isip na gustong i-clarify, pwede po nating i-type sa chat box so that we can proceed with the next presenter. So, again, say thank you for a very nice presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the opportunity po.
Welcome. The next study for business administration entitled The Effects of Time Management on Employees' Work Performance in Selected Public Organization in IBA, Zambales. And the author of the study is Ms. Karen Ganienas, and she will also present it now. So go ahead, Ms. Karen.
Ma'am, narinig po ba ako, ma'am? Baka may problema yung PC. Okay po ba, ma'am?
Yes, Ms. Kay.
Yes po, ma'am. Isang magandang araw po sa lahat po na nakikinig. Yes, my name is Karen Ganienas, and I will be the presenter of our research. Kasama ko po dito si Claire Dayap and Alfred William Gonzalez. And our advisor on this research was Sir Ferdinand J. Avicilia, with the title of The Effects of Time Management on Employees' Work Performance in Selected Public Organizations in 2000. Next slide, please, MJ. The time is a priceless resource which can be accumulated for the future years, can't be changed and can't be taken back once it is used. No one can control the moving of time, but everyone is able to decide how to use it. The term of time management became familiar in the 1950s and 1960s as a tool to help managers make better use of available time. The time was based on the practical experience in the form of do's and don'ts. The term appears to indicate that time is managed, but actually activities are managed over time. The time management is self-management with an explicit focus on time in deciding what to do, on how much time to allocate to activities, on how activities can be done more efficiently, and on when the time is right for the particular activities according to Mercami Blue and Sinem 2010. And also according to Pudge and Hickson 2002, people in different parts of the world perceive in time differently. The people with experience and evaluate the time differs from one area to another regarding to their culture. Therefore, different cultures have different perceptions of time and may value the different aspects of it, whereby their variation attach a different meaning of time through the ages. Next slide, please. The study is concerned with the impact of time management on work performance at LGU's employees. It has been noticed that most of the organizations tend to experience the problem of management of time in what set of motion to achieve. Thus, the study intends also to find out the role of time management on the absence of it on achieving employees' productivity among staff of the selected public organizations in Ibas and Baler. The questions that we would like to ask include is due to poor time management that productions among the staff of the selected public organization is not efficient and effective, or what level do staff of the LGUs effectively utilize time management to achieve productivity. Next slide, please. So what is the statement of the problem? This study aims to determine the dimensions affecting time management in relation to employees' work performance in selected government agencies in Ibas and Baler during 2019 and 2020. Specifically, the study sought to provide answers to the following questions. How may the profile of the respondents to be described in terms of their age, gender, civil status, educational attainment, years in service, and monthly income or salary? Next. And the number 2, how may the factors of time management be assessed based on the following dimensions? So ito yung mga indicators na nilagay namin din. Setting goals and priorities, preference for organizations, and mechanics of time management. Number 3, how may the employees' work performance towards time management be assessed based on the following dimensions? So, yung indicators ulit namin dito is the task performance and contextual performance. Next slide, please. 4, is there significant difference in the factors affecting time management as cited in the problem number 2 when grouped according to the profile variables? And then number 5 is there significant difference on the employees' work performance as cited in the problem number 3 when grouped according to the profile variables? And the number 6 is there a significant relationship between the factors of time management and the assessment of employees' work performance? The significance of the study will advise some of alternative solutions to address the problem of time management at public organizations in Ibas and Baler, such as conducting time management seminars, employees' involvement in decision making, providing incentives and rewards on time, institutes to provide services, formulating clear and good time management policy, which can be also applied by other municipal authorities in Ibas and Baler, which are facing similar problems in managing their time. Recommendations are meant to contribute in building a strong understanding of employees and employer on the way time can be managed in order to improve performance of the organization. Next slide, please. To the researchers, the study provides guide and become useful to the future researchers who would be interested in carrying out research in the future in the same area. The future researchers, this will serve as a reference and guidelines to the future researchers who would conduct similar and related studies, and also to the organization employees. This study will help the above category of people to understand the broad elements that lead time management on work performance, which helps them in creating management strategies, and to the business sector to create awareness and build greater esteem for work flexibility of employees to become effective and efficient. To the CABA students, it will provide learning to the management students about the time management on work performance and how it affects the employee performance when it comes into management within the organization. And so what are the scope and limitation of this study? This study will investigate the problem of time management on the work performance in selected public organizations in Ibas and Baler. It affects or enhances local government job productivity, and efficiency in federal government-owned establishments in Iba Zambales. This study also utilized descriptive research designed with questionnaires as the main instrument in gathering data from the respondents who chosen purposefully employed. And also this study deals with to determine the profile of the respondents limited to age, sex, civil status, educational attainment, youth service, and monthly income. Research methodology. This chapter presents the research methodology, research design, local of the study, the respondents, and the sampling techniques, and the instrument used. Validation of the instrument and data distribution, retrieval procedures, and the statistical treatment of the data. Next slide, please. The research design. This study utilized the descriptive method of research as widely accepted. The descriptive method of research is fact-finding study that involves adequate and accurate interpretation. This method also is used to discover facts on which professional judgment could be based. This method, according to Calmer in 2007, is something more and beyond than just data gathering. The real meaning of data collected should be reported from the point of view of the objective and the basic hypothesis respondents were included. The questionnaire is the main tool used by the researchers in the gathering the information needed in order to know is more committed to work. And according also to our REC and Settle 1998, explained that the descriptive method is research designed to describe rather than to explain a set of conditions, characteristics, or attributes of people in a population based on a measurement of a sample. And a total of respondents would comprise the total population of these studies involving the employees of selected public organizations in Iba Zambales. There are varieties of public organizations in the province of Zambales, specifically in the municipality of Iba. There are a number of public organizations in Iba Zambales, such as but not limited to Department of Public Works and Highways, or DPWH, Department of Health, which is the DOH, and Department of Environment and Natural Resources, DNR. So ito po yung mga results nung study namin. The table number 1 shows the frequency and percentage distribution and the respondent age profile. So yung pinaka-mid age ng sa research namin is 38 to 23 years old. Next slide, please. And then the table number 2 shows the frequency and percentage distribution on the respondent sex profile variables. So majority is female, which is 131, and then the male is 123, the total of 234. So lahat-lahat po kasi yung respondent namin is 234 po. Next slide. And then the table number 3 shows the frequency and percentage distribution of the respondents, civil status profile variables. The single was 185, or 185. And then the married is 113, separated 10, and widowed is 6. So mas marami po yung sumagot na nandito na married po. Next. And then table number 4 shows the frequency and percentage distribution on the respondent's educational attainment. Yung doctoral degree is 2, masteral degree is 15, college degree is 199, high school 14, and others are 4. So mas marami yung college degree doon sa mga employees ng LGU. Next po. And then the table number 5 shows the frequency and percentage distribution of the respondents' years in the service profile. So yung mean years in the service dito is 57.37 months. Ang mas pinakamataas po ang ano dito is yung 8 years and more. Sila yung mas matagal na ano po, yung service. Next po. And then the table number 6 shows the frequency and percentage distribution and the respondent's family monthly income. The mean income of the family is 12,137. So sa 10,000 and below, 100 po yung frequency, and then 10,000 to 20,000 is 101, and then 20,000 and above yata. So 33 po yung ano, nagkamali lang po siguro ng pagkakaisip. 33 po yung ano, frequency. Next po. The table number 7 po, shows the perception of the respondents towards effect of time management on work performance as to setting goals and priorities. So yung mga nakalagay po dito, I set my specific and clearly defined. Yung weighted mean po niya is 5.14, which is yung qualitative interpretation is agree. Yun yung number 1. And then yung number 2 po is I use goal setting to determine on which ends to meet that deadline. So 4.98 po yung weighted mean, and then the qualitative interpretation is agree. Yun yung number 2. And then the number 3 is I work late at night on which ends to meet the deadline. Moderately agree. So yung number 3. Overall weighted mean is 4.73. Qualitative interpretation is agree. Next po. And then the table number 8 shows the perception of the respondent towards effect of time management on work performance as to preference for organization. Sa preference for organization, meron ditong naka-indicate na when someone does me a favor, I am willing to return it. So ang sumagot po dito, ang weighted mean po natin is 5.02. Qualitative interpretation is agree. Yun yung number 1. And then the number 2 is I assume that people have only the best intentions, 4.60 weighted mean, and then moderately agree. And then the last one, if I am treated very unjustly, I would take revenge at the first occasion. 2.34 disagree po yung ano, yung qualitative interpretation. And then the overall weighted mean is 3.84, moderately agree. Next po. MJ, next slide, thank you. The table number 9 shows the perception of the respondent towards effect of time management on work performance as the mechanics of time management. So ang number 1 po dito is I try to complete on task before going on the next step, which is the weighted mean, with the weighted mean of 5.8. Qualitative interpretation is agree. Number one po yun. And then number 2 is once I have started the activity, I be pursued until I've completed it. With the weighted mean of 5.12, qualitative interpretation agree. And then the last one is I have daily routine which I follow, 4.99 weighted mean, and qualitative interpretation is agree. Overall weighted mean is 5.10. A qualitative interpretation is agree. And then sa table number 10 shows perceptions of the respondent towards effect of time management on work performance. Ang number 1 po dito is yung I help others who have heavy workload. So yung weighted mean po natin is 5.05, agree. And then the number 2 is I advocate in complete assigned duties with a weighted mean of 4.19. And then the last one, the third one is I fail to perform unessential duties, weighted mean of 2.79, moderately disagree. Overall weighted mean is 4.25, moderately agree. And then the table number 11 shows the perceptions of the respondent towards the effect of time management. The number 1 is I took on extra responsibilities. It is the weighted mean of 5.03, qualitative interpretation is agree. The number 2 is I actively participate in work meetings. Weighted mean is 5.01, and then the third one is I keep looking for a new challenge in my job. 4.93 yung weighted mean niya. Overall weighted mean is 4.99, agree. Next po. The table number 11 shows the summary table on the perception on the dimensions towards effect of time management and work performance. So yung kanina nabanggit ko na lahat ng overall weighted. Setting goals and priority 4.75, agree. Preference for organization 3.84, moderately agree. Mechanics of time management 5.10, agree. So yung number 1 is mechanics of time management. And then the grand mean is 4.56, which is agree. And then yung isa po is contextual performance 4.99, task performance is 4.25. Grand mean is 4.52. Qualitative interpretive is agree. These are the conclusions. Based on the summary of the investigation conducted, the researchers have concluded that number 1, the respondent is typical female in her middle adulthood, married, have attained college degree of education, had been employed for almost half a decade with income below poverty level. The respondents assess agree on setting goals and priorities, preference for organization and mechanics for time management as dimensions for time management. And then the number 3 is the respondent assess moderately agreed on task performance while agreed on contextual performance as dimensions for employee work performance. Next slide is number 4 is there is significant differences on the perception towards dimensions for time management when grouped according to age, sex, civil status, educational attainment, years in the service, and family monthly income profile variables. And the number 5 is there is significant differences on the perception towards dimensions for employee work performance when grouped according to age, sex, educational attainment, years in the service, and family monthly income profile variables. And the number 6 is there is very high relationship between the effects of time management and the work performance. Baka into next slide. Next. And here's the recommendations. Based on the summary of the investigation, the researchers have offered the following recommendations based on the salient findings of the study. 1, the management is encouraged to conduct in-service training to heighten the level of awareness of commitment to work, productivity, and proper time management. The management is strongly encouraged to set tone on the work environment anchored on equality and fair treatment. The management and employee is suggested to work together, creating an organization anchored on the culture of high level of work commitment and productivity. Number 4 is heighten the level of employee awareness on proper time planning, conduct a parallel or similar study within a depth and wider in a scope so as to validate to confirm the findings obtained in the study. Next slide. Number 6, the goals of the management must be relevant to their specific goals and objectives. The number 7 is the management should formulate SMART, that means specific, measurable, achievable, reliable, and time-bound, which denote on time achievement of plans in organizations within a specified limit of time. Structuring the time appropriately, increasing the personal effectiveness and efficiency, conduct effective use of the time influences in organization development and achievement of goals. And the last one is the management must create planning, organizing, guiding, directing, and motivating subordinates, and providing feedback with communication effectively and keep others informed. And that's all. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, Ms. Karen. Any question po from the participants? Yes, Dr. RG.
Ma'am, okay, congratulations to the presenter, no? But I would like just to ask, this is time management, tama, no? And alam naman natin, we are all employees.
Yes po, ma'am.
And we also go with the saying, time is gold, no? It's really a part on how to work, ano. Now, did you consider the new normal? Did you consider the new normal?
Ma'am, kasi nung time po na nag-conduct kami yan, face-to-face po, ma'am. Tapos na po kasi yung research, ma'am.
Yeah.
Kaya po, ma'am.
Kasi I think, no? Yeah, kasi I think mababago ang time management in the new normal. Yeah, kasi I think ito yung study mo, kaya kasi sabi ko,
naglag po, ma'am, nawala po kayo, ma'am.
Parang nawalan sila ng kuryente.
Oy, ako meron.
Yes po, Dr. Cabal. Go ahead po.
Yes, Ma'am Cabal.
Tanungin ko
Ay,
lang
dito
ano.
po si Ma'am Jen.
Kung ano. O sige, balik siya. Diyan na.
Wala
Kailan po? Ma'am Cabal muna po.
O sige. Tanungin ko lang yung researcher. Ano ang source niya o reference niya in looking into the dimensions of time management? Kasi looking at it, yung factors or dimensions, there should be exact references. Hindi mo siya pwedeng hulaan. Kaya gusto kong itanong yung reference niya on the aspects of time management na kinonsider niya.
May references po yan, ma'am. May pinagkuhanan po kami dyan sa may related of the
Should be.
namin. Yes po, ma'am. Lahat po yan po, ma'am, kasi yun po yung turo nila po sa amin, ma'am. So, nasa theoretical framework po siya.
Tinatanong ko kung anong reference. Kaya nga, tinatanong ko ngayon, kanino galing yung tiningnan yung factors affecting time management? Meron ba? Kasi dito sa nakita ko, din lang ako ngayon, ano? According to Douglas, you can consider the goals and priorities. I-second na tanong ko, o yung planning, scheduling, at saka yung stress is one factor of time management. Okay. Isang next na tanong ko, hinahanap ko kung ano yung mga public organizations na ginawa mong respondents.
Ma'am, yung DPWH po, ma'am, DOH at saka naman. Sila po yung respondents po namin, ma'am.
DPWH?
DOH po, ma'am. Hindi ko po kasi, ma'am, nailagay po yung...
So, hindi siya dapat kasi wala siya sa scope and limitations mo, wala din doon sa coverage ng respondent mo. So dapat nakalagay, at saka nakalagay kasi doon, public organizations, ibig sabihin marami.
Ma'am, meron po kami nilagay doon sa significant. Ma'am, nandun po sa significant of the study po, ma'am, nilagay ko po, i-cast ko po kanina, ma'am, kung sino po yung respondent namin siya, ma'am.
Dapat pala yung title mo ay factors affecting time management kasi yun yung nasa statement of the problem mo. Okay?
Dati po kasi, ma'am, factors po ito, ma'am, eh. Tapos napalitan ng effect.
Factors or attributes of time management. Ganon.
Sige po, ma'am.
Yun kasi yung nasa statement of the problem mo. Usually kasi magka-align ang SOP at saka title. Ganun yun. And then, paano nyo na-validate yung questionnaire mo at ano ang na-validate doon? Kasi we have different validation.
Ma'am, nag-distribute po kami ng mga questionnaire po, ma'am, sa bawat ano po yan, ma'am. Nagpasagot po kami, ma'am.
So anong validity was tested?
Po, ma'am?
Which type of validity was tested? Pag ganun lang, walang cronback na testing, anong type ng validity lang yon?
Wait po, ma'am.
So you're only referring to face validity lang. Pag nag-distribute ka, in-check nyo ba yung grammar nyo after the distribution? Yung ganon. So siguro by next time, tingnan nyo yung mga aspekto na ganon. Okay? If the statement of the problem jives with the title. Otherwise, kayo ay mawawala. Okay? Sige, yun lang yung akin naman. Thank you.
Mama ko din.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Cabal.
Okay, sige.
Ma'am Garson, go ahead po.
Okay. When it comes to to conclusion and recommendation also, you need to go back to your objectives. Parang nakita ko kasi doon sa dulo ng conclusion, there is a significant relationship. Pagdating conclusion, what did you find out? Ano ang makukonclude mo based doon sa study? There must be a synthesis pagdating sa conclusion. So, yun lang yung napansin ko, kinulang ng synthesis. Tapos, pagdating sa recommendation, kunyari, another study should be conducted. You must be specific. Saan? Saan siya i-conduct? Kasi dapat specific yon. And then, always, laging may tie up yung objective mo sa conclusion at recommendation. Yun lang yung napansin ko. And when it comes to presentation also, it is very important. Pag binigyan kasi tayo ng oras to present, 15 minutes, sa lahat ng participants, sa public ads, lahat, kailangan mag-stick tayo sa time. Dapat di-rehearse tayo. Pagdating doon sa presentation findings, hindi kailangan lahat ng table ipe-present mo. At hindi kailangan na lahat nung nasa questionnaire, iisa-isahin mo pa siya doon sa results and discussion. Parang yun lang yung napansin ko lang din. Tama ba, Ma'am Cabal?
Siguro, oo.
Opo. Para po next time, ma'am, kasi una nila ito, parang congratulations, ito yung una ng mga students ng Caba. At least matututo tayo sa ginawa natin. But I commend all of you. I commend the presenter for a job well done. So, para next time alam na natin. So next time, hindi reading is the key pag nagpe-present. So, dapat naka-outline lang siya, okay? Para hindi tayo nagbabasa during presentation. So, ang the best dyan, gumawa ng outline, tapos gumawa ng script para during presentation, hindi kayo nagbabasa. Salamat!
Thank you, Ma'am Garson. And also, we also want to thank Dr. Cabal. Well taken po lahat ng suggestions and recommendation. So that's all for the two studies conducted by Business Administration. Kung wala na pong tanong, I think I had to give the floor to Sir Fritz. Back to you,
Thank
Sir
you po, Ma'am Diaz. Ayun, thank you po, Ma'am Diaz. Dr. Cabal noted po na we should check yung statement of the problem. It should link or at least, not at least, be connected to the title of the research. And Sa Caba naman po, we are also doing cronback alpha to check the validity of the research. Yun po, ma'am. And of course, Ma'am Garson, I think we are also at fault kasi hindi natin chinek kung gaano kahaba yung mga presentations nila. So next time we are gonna check. Especially kung babasahin lang kasi masyadong mahaba. Yes, ma'am. So, okay, so at this juncture, we are going to proceed with our third and last cluster, the public administration clusters. Of course, with our cluster experts headed by Ma'am Garson, the Director of Student Affairs, and the Program Chair of the Public Administration Department, together with the Public Administration Faculty, Ma'am Kathleen Polanco, and Sir Donald Dayo. Ma'am G, are you going to moderate?
Correction lang po, I am no longer the Program Chair of Public Administration. Dr. Alan de la Peña is the new Program Chair of Public Ad. Nandito po kasi yata siya, naka-attend din. Good morning, Sir Alan. Meron pong Jobel Dilag will be the moderator. Okay.
Okay po. Okay, noted po. Our new program chair for public administration is Dr. Alan de la Peña. And our moderator, please welcome Miss Jobel Dilag. Hi, Jobel.
Hello po. Good morning po. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much po, sir. And again, I am Jobel Dilag, and I will be the research moderator for public administration. And indeed, it is a great time to witness the Bachelor of Public Administration students' accomplishments as they share their research outputs. The first study to be presented is entitled The Effectiveness of ECQ Implementation in the Prevention of Rapid Transmission of COVID-19 in IBA Zambales. The following are the authors of the study: Ms. Rachel Ann Icalnier, Mr. Ricky Esposo, Ms. Fortin Erica, Mr. Ann Fulgencio, Ms. Janilyn May Giang, Ms. Lalaine Jimenez, and Ms. Justine Lay Marceliana. So at this point, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the presenters, Ms. Justine Lay S. Marceliana and Mr. Ann Fulgencio.
Thank you po, Ms. Jobel. Good morning po. Our research is entitled The Effectiveness of ECQ Implementation in the Prevention of Rapid Transmission of COVID-19 in IBA Zambales. This research was conducted in partial fulfillment of... Next slide po. Introduction. According to the World Health Organization, coronavirus disease is an infectious disease caused by a newly discovered coronavirus. Since it began, COVID-19 has spread rapidly across the globe. On March 2020, the Philippines had its first COVID-19 case. On March 16, 2020, Philippine President Rodrigo Duterte issued the Proclamation Number 929, which declared that Philippines is under a state of calamity for 6 months and mandates the implementation of enhanced community quarantine throughout the island of Luzon. Enhanced community quarantine was imposed to set motion efforts to limit the movement of people going in and out of a town or city. The movement of people is largely limited to accessing basic necessities, strict home quarantine for all households, transportation being suspended, provision for food and essential health services were regulated, heightened presence of uniformed personnel enforced in quarantine measures, social distancing measures like school and most establishments closure, and mass gatherings are prohibited. Next slide po. Statement of the problem. The Philippines is experiencing crisis today due to the coronavirus disease pandemic. Next slide po. Research objectives. First, assessing the effect and role of ECQ in the prevention of COVID-19 transmission in IBA Zambales. Second, analyzing the effectiveness of ECQ implementation in the prevention of COVID-19 transmission. Third, to assess effects and role of ECQ in the prevention of COVID-19 transmission in IBA Zambales. And fourth, to evaluate the effectiveness of ECQ implementation in the prevention of COVID-19 transmission in IBA Zambales. Next slide po. Research questions. First, what are the local ordinances and policies implemented by the local government unit of IBA during the enhanced community quarantine in Luzon? Second, what challenges in implementation of guidelines and protocols emerged during the ECQ period in IBA Zambales? Third, how does implementation of ECQ protocols and guidelines affect the prevention of COVID-19 transmission in IBA Zambales? Next slide po. The scope and the limitations. The aim of this study is to identify the effectivity of implementing the enhanced community quarantine and preventing the transmission of COVID-19 in IBA Zambales. This study used the descriptive research design with the survey questionnaires as the main instruments in gathering data. The researcher limited the study in IBA Zambales. Next slide po.
Methodology. So this chapter represents the following: research design, respondents and location, instruments, data collection, and data analysis. Research design. In this research study, the researchers used a qualitative type of research. A qualitative research is kind of research that involves collecting and analyzing non-numerical data to understand concepts, opinions, or experiences, and as a research design that defines the study type of the paper. Non-experimental research finds the truth about a certain subject by describing the data collected about it and determines its relationship and connection with one another. Furthermore, to be as specific as the most common type of non-experimental research, survey research will be conducted. These respondents and locations. This study focused on the barangay officials who implemented the protocols and guidelines during the EZQ period in IBA Zambales and was conducted in the municipality of IBA. Instruments. In this study, the researchers used survey questionnaires to gather data in order to understand the effectiveness of the implementation of enhanced community quarantine in the prevention of COVID-19 in IBA Zambales. To determine the respondents from the 14 barangays mentioned above, the researchers used a judgment sampling method that disregards the chosen subjects. In addition, in this type of sampling method, subjects are chosen specifically with certain characteristics for gathering the information needed. Next po. Data collection. The gathered data was collected by handing out floating questionnaire to the barangay officials of each barangay in IBA Zambales, having a total number of 14 respondents. A questionnaire is a data collection technique in which each person is asked to respond the same set of questions in predetermined order by Saunders et al. 2012. When it comes to data analysis, the questionnaire will identify the effectiveness of EZQ implementation in the prevention of COVID-19 in IBA Zambales and the problems they encountered. Afterwards, researchers will check the validated survey questionnaire to determine the findings and analysis. The questions that were being made by the researchers all came up with the statement of the problem as well as in the objectives. Next po. Findings and analysis. During March 16, 2020, the government of the Philippines under President Rodrigo Duterte imposed an enhanced community quarantine in Luzon, which effectively a total lockdown, restricting the movement out of the citizens except for necessity, work, and health circumstances in response to the COVID-19 pandemic in the Philippines. It also includes the area of Zambales. The researchers found the local ordinances and guidelines implemented by the LGU during the EZQ period by the barangay officials are the following. Ordinance number 22, series of 2020, an ordinance declaring the period of vigilance and prescribing the omnibus guidelines to be observed in the municipality of IBA until December 24, 2021 amid COVID-19 pandemic. The Barangay Zone 6, IBA Zambales, the Strategies that they use in promoting compliance among the citizens are conducting information and dissemination campaign related in the declared ordinance by LGU, and also disseminate an information in the barangay constituents on health protocols implemented given by the IATF Interagency Task Force. Other barangays use other strategies such as they post health protocols on barangay FB page, issuance of travel permit based on the IATF, and for authorized person outside residence, barangay health emergency response team active and are organized. The other barangay officials are patrolling every night in their barangay together with barangay captain through public announcement and hard copy materials an information campaign called meetings for Puro communities and NGOs in the barangay. Next po. When it comes to the common problems and challenges that the barangay officials encountered among the citizens while they implement the health and safety guidelines and protocols. From Barangay Zone 2 Iba Zambales, the respondent says when the citizens are eager to get back to normal and very hard for them to accept the new normal, but the barangay captain is still tightening up the implementation of the guidelines and protocols given by the government. Another one is Barangay Zone 3, Ibazambales, which some minors were caught during curfew while implementing EZQ. Next po. From Barangay Dirita, they received negative feedbacks from disinformed people from their area. The respondents also experienced violating from senior citizens and children on stay-at-home policy, and some were violating the non-selling banning of alcohol beverages during ECQ period. Barangay Zone 6, Iba Zambales, the barangay official encountered also about ignoring the safety protocols of the IATF. The respondent indicated that the reason of the citizen was if we will not go outside, our family will die in hunger. Due to the food packs distributed of barangay is not enough to sustain their needs because the lack of budget. Next po.
Figure 1 confirmed COVID-19 cases in Iba Zambales during the enhanced community quarantine. The researchers used a bar graph to show the confirmed positive cases in the month of March, April, and May 2020 during the implementation of the enhanced community quarantine in Iba Zambales. As we can see on the graph, on the first 7 weeks of ECQ implementation, there is no confirmed cases yet. The curve started to increase during the last 2 weeks of ECQ implementation. During this time, Barangay Zone 1, Iba Zambales has 3 confirmed cases. The Barangay of Palanginan, Iba Zambales has 6 confirmed cases, while Zone 3 and Barangay Santo Rosario have both 2 cases. Lastly, Zone 4 recorded 1 confirmed case. All said barangays had a total of 14 confirmed cases during the ECQ period. This showed that with the implementation of ECQ, it helps to prevent the COVID-19 within the municipality of Iba Zambales. In addition, being strict from implementation of the ordinances and protocols can lead to a lower case in all barangay. Next slide po. Figure 2, confirmed COVID-19 cases in different municipalities of Zambales during enhanced community quarantine. The researchers used a bar graph to show the confirmed positive cases in different municipalities in the province of Zambales in the month of March, April, and May. As we can see in the graph, during the enhanced community quarantine in San Felipe, they have the most recorded confirmed cases in the province, followed by Castillejos, San Marcelino, and Subic. San Antonio and Candelaria has the least recorded confirmed cases. Santa Cruz, Masinloc, and Palawig have a 0 confirmed case during the ECQ implementation. Next po.
COVID-19 conclusions and recommendations. COVID-19, it creates a global crisis all over the country. It affects people's lives and health, livelihoods, economies, and behaviors. Hence, due to the COVID-19, government implements lockdowns and restrictions. Many people are not prepared for this global crisis. Yet, in order to prevent the transmission disease, President Duterte announced enhanced community quarantine in Luzon, including Zambales. The LGU gave a local ordinance and protocols in all barangay of Iba. It ensures the safety and health of every citizens in their area. The barangay officials strictly followed and implemented the local restrictions and guidelines. The citizens may not aware and not well informed, so the barangay officials were spread the information in their own way. All barangay officials did their job in order to maintain the ordinance. The officials encountered problems but managed it very well. The municipality of Iba has a lower number of active cases, which could be attributed to the implementation of EZQ. According to the data analysis and findings above, the researchers recommend that the barangay officials must provide alternative activities to keep people busy inside their house. It will help them to be more productive without going outside. The activities would help them to be more productive and would prevent them from the barangay officials could conduct financial literacy and entrepreneurial workshops for the citizens. The barangay officials can teach the citizens about basic works or businesses that will help them to provide their needs. Moreover, the researchers also recommend that the barangay officials should provide or produce fabric masks to prevent constant transmission, especially in public area. From these, the citizens will be safe and public fabric masks are effective. These masks creates a barrier between your mouth and nose. This makes it more difficult for the droplets that spread coronavirus through cough, sneeze, and taking to reach other people. The researchers also found out that there are barangays which lack funds for providing the other needs. As a result, the researchers recommend that the municipal should allocate funds for each barangay accordingly. The LGU should at least save funds for the pandemic and all hazards preparedness plan, and so that they have sufficient budget to provide for the shortage supply needed by their community. It is very important to provide plans and funds, especially at this time of pandemic. Due to the pandemic, most people lost a job and closed their business. In addition, government will help the people to provide their best basic social services. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, presenters. So we are now going to pwede na po kayo mag-ask ng questions.
Okay. Ma'am, can I?
Yes po, sir.
Okay. So, wait lang ha. Medyo hindi na busy. Tapos na yung isang seminar. So, I'm going to focus right now. So, your study actually is qualitative study, right?
Quanti-quali yan dapat.
Yes, exactly. That's why I'm asking po.
Parang mixed method siya, may survey questionnaire siya eh. Tapos,
Yes, ma'am. Nasaan siya, ma'am?
nag-purposive sampling siya.
Kaya gusto ko siyang itanong sana, ma'am. That's why, saan ba siya na yun? Wala po ba siya? Wala na siya ata, ma'am.
Sorry, Dad.
Yes, ma'am. Kaya,
Presenters, asa na kayo?
Asa na yung mga presenter? Who is your advisor pala, presenter?
Si Ma'am Kat po, ma'am.
Is Ma'am Kathleen here? Okay.
Good morning po. Yes po. I asked in partial fulfillment po of the course, PA6 po, local and regional government.
Dapat po may balot ito.
Okay, so let's continue na po, ma'am. So yung study nila,
Okay.
regarding with your title actually, the effectiveness of SCQ.
Meron ba tayong pagprintan ng ID picture dyan eh? Wala na. Saan ko na nailagay? Yung
Ayan, okay na. So, okay na yata. Okay. So, regarding with your title actually, as I can see in your SOP, meron kayo doon tinatawag na challenges. Bakit hindi nyo tinignan yung opportunities per se?
Magkano yung mga estudyante
The
mo?
implementation of guidelines and protocols emerging in the SOP period. Can I ask why?
Sir Dan?
Yes po, sir.
Sir Dan?
Yes, sir.
Sir,
Pakiulit po.
Pakiulit po.
Mahina. Okay. Ayan, sir. Okay na ba? Naririnig na ako?
Yes, sir. Okay na po.
Okay. Mahina po siguro yung signal dito. Pa-off po kasi. Okay. Doon kasi sa SOP nila, ma'am, natanong kasi nila, mga ading, natanong mo kasi actually is the challenges, tama ba? Madalas kasi pag may challenges, sigurado din may opportunities. So what perceived opportunities in the implementation of the guidelines and protocols emerging during the ECP period? Can I ask, why did you not ask that question? Kasi syempre, meron ba silang na-perceive? Bakit kaya nila gustong implement ito? Or nakaligtaan nilang naman mga ating?
Hindi po namin nasama, sir, kasi nakafocus po kami dun sa pag-implement po nila ng ECQ that time po.
Yes, exactly. So, kaya nga, connected pa din siya, ading. Okay? Suggestion ko lang naman ha, hindi naman ako okay. So, next question ko actually, can I ask, what is your criteria in terms of searching your respondents or your participants for this study?
Sir, we asked the 14 barangay officials po in every barangay po, yung mga implementers, right po.
Okay, I mean, kaya tinatanong ko yung criteria, papaano kasi, pag binibigyan kasi ng criteria yung mga respondents and participants, malalaman kasi natin kung sino ang qualified. Kaya tinatanong ko yon. So, basta ba nagbigay na lang kayo ng questionnaire, basta sila ay implementor, or sila yun talagang for 2 years or for 1 year na nakaka-experience na sila for that ECQ implementations. So ano yun, nag-throw lang basta kayo? O?
Hindi po, pumunta po kami mismo sa barangay. Yung mga mismo pong nag-implement po nung mga local ordinance that time po regarding dun po sa ECQ. Sila po yung inask po namin para kasi sila po yung may alam tsaka may experience po regarding dun po dun sa questions namin, dun sa research po.
Okay, let's go more into bulleted type. Sige, sabihin natin, ano yan, pag siya ay barangay
captain po.
Consider na ba?
Opo. Barangay tanod, barangay captain po.
So, yun yung pinaka-criteria mo. Paano kung kapapasok niya pala? As implementor. So, they are okay na ba? Parang
Ano
sa
po?
research
Any representative po, sir?
Ayun, okay. Ang suggestion ko, mga ading, mas maganda siguro kung nilalagyan ninyo ng criteria para mas maging valid yung mga magiging results ng inyong mga findings. For example kasi, pag binigyan mo ng criteria yon, ang criteria nyo lang para sa respondents and participants are the following. Kinakailangan 6 months employed na siya para meron na siyang experience in the implementation. Kasi kung any yan, for example, tayo nagkapapasok niya pa lang, wala siyang experience, so ano ang maisasagot niya na mas in-depth doon sa may inyong tanong. Okay? So, next ko naman, it's okay siguro mga ading, it's better if you are going to be creative in terms of your presentation. Okay, pwede kasing gumamit kayo ng mga clip arts lang while discussing, not totally panay text. Okay, para medyo mas maging catchy. Okay, tapos, ano pa ba? Sige, yun na muna pala. Nakalimutan din sasabihin kong iba. Pero so far naman, okay naman din. So, thank you.
Thank you po, sir. Noted po.
Thank you po, sir. So meron pa po bang gustong mag-raise ng questions, clarifications, and recommendations?
Oo, okay. Sige, ako na lang huli. Huli lang ito. Ganun na naman kasi, hindi nag-jive yung title nyo with the problems. Is it the level
Yes,
of
ma'am.
implementation? O, di ba? Yung implementation. Siguro implementation, kasi hindi ko alam kung pag nagamit ninyo yung data nyo in comparing the effectiveness in terms of the number of cases. So siguro you have to consider that you have the data, but then yung paggawa ninyo ng SOP and then the title, mas maiging i-review siguro. And then hindi ko alam kung ano ang instrument na ginamit ninyo, how did you, kasi kung qualitative, may coding talaga, yung ganon, na ginamit nyo naman yung qualitative. So, tinitingnan ko yung coding ninyo, medyo hindi ko siya nakita. So, there's a need for you to, siguro sa next, yung further.
Tapos, sige.
Thank you po, ma'am.
Ako din, Jobel, anak.
Okay po.
Okay. Kasi yung study is a mixed method approach, no? They use both quali and quantitative. So tama si Ma'am Cabal, pagdating doon sa quali side, kasi sabi niya judgment sampling. So yung judgment sampling kasi is purposive sampling. Yung din yung codings of teams and sub-teams. Hindi ko din nakita. So, sa next time, ang gagawin nyo na lang, you present both yung findings niyo sa quali side at saka yung quantitative part. So, congratulations and ako naman yung magiging teacher dyan sa research this sem. Ipapublish natin. Noted po lahat ng comments, Ma'am Cabal and Doc Danmark. So, thank you presenter and job well done.
Thank you po, ma'am.
Pa-add na lang. Last na. Ma'am Garzon, pa-add na lang last. Ma'am, Miss Jubel, okay lang ba? Pa-add, last na lang.
Yes po.
Pag mag-mix method kayo, mga
Go ahead
adi,
po.
kung mag-mix method kayo, adi, siguraduhin niyo actually, ba kasi yung respondents sa participants niyo, I mean, yung sa quality at quantity, dapat magkaiba ng numbers. Tama ba, Ma'am Garzon, ng SMEN? Kasi sa qualified, pwedeng 10% lang.
Okay.
Pero yung quantitative niyo kasi nakasulat dito is 14 respondents lang. So, hindi ito gaano maganda sa quantitative part. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. So, pag quali kasi, tama ba, Ma'am Kathleen? So, yung 14 respondents kasi, okay na siya pag qualitative. Actually, 10 nga lang,
Yes po, ma'am.
pwede na siya sa quali. Kasi mahihirapan naman sila sa transcription at saka sa coding of teams and sub-teams. Pero pagdating sa quanti, dapat, ang hirap kasi mamaya, di ba, pag madidebunk mo yung theory, o mamaya hindi, kasi mas madami kasi dapat respondent pagdating sa quanti. So, ganun na lang siguro. Tapos, hindi ko nakita saan part siya nag-quali. Kasi nakita ko dun sa SOP ay sa RC niya, sa research question, challenges. Hindi ko nakita kung ano yung mga challenges na na-encounter. Pag sinabi kasing challenges, that is qualified, no? So, hinahanap ko din yan. So, pero mapapolish naman lahat yan. And noted lahat po sa mga comments. Ma'am Kathleen, yes?
Yes po, may I po. Ayan po.
Yes.
Actually po, the study po, I've given them limited time din po. Kaya siguro po, I'm taking the responsibility din po na hindi ko po na-explain masyado yung, in terms po sa research instruments and all. Kasi po, I asked them if they've already researched. And use knowledge na lang po nila. So, yun po, again, I would like to congratulate na rin po yung students for taking, for stepping up po, no, for this event. Kasi po yung paper po nila, hindi pa po nila na-revise po after.
Okay.
Thank you. But I've already given them po the comments na rin naman po. Ayun po. Well, thank you po.
Thank you, Ma'am Kathleen. And to be fair naman, it's a subject research pa lang naman, and they are going to undergo higher research subjects pa. So for beginners, I think this is already commendable.
Yes, sir. Ay, pwede po bang mag-appreciate din? Actually, maganda yung study nila, sir. That's why we are pointing out kung ano pa yung pwede nilang ma-improve for the study. Thank you.
Yeah, lahat ng study nung nakita kong last na tatlo, nasa new normal siya eh.
Jobel, I think we can proceed with the second group under BPA.
Yes po, sir. Thank you po. Let's proceed po to the next study entitled COVID-19 and Tourism, the effects of travel restriction policies and new normal protocols on the income of tourism businesses in Iba, Zambales. The following are the authors of the study: Mr. Mark John Moreno, Ms. Joanne Mon, Ms. Barry May Munoz, Ms. Rachel Ann Musa, Ms. Erla May Pangilinan, Ms. Mary Madeline Sibug, and Ms. Christine Cruz, to be presented by Ms. Barry May Munoz and Ms. Rachel Ann Musa.
Good day, everyone. I am Rachel Ann Musa, the first presenter in our group, together with my group mate Barry May Munoz. Our research is about COVID-19 and tourism, the effects of travel restrictions policies, and new normal protocols on the income of tourism businesses in Iba, Zambales. We conducted the research in partial fulfillment of requirements of course PA6, local and regional governance. We all know that coronavirus disease or COVID-19 changes our lives forever, from normal to new normal. It changes our daily routines that we usually do or things we even do to survive. There's so many setups that change. The way we work, the way we study, the way we go outside like shopping, go to trips or vacations, and eating outside. The negative impact that COVID-19 brought to our lives was people didn't meet there and to survive every day. Many people lost their jobs because establishments, work offices, and businesses are temporarily closed due to the COVID-19. That leads to losses. We conduct this research because aside from knowing their income, we want to know the effects of health protocol and travel restrictions to their income and what are the effects of new normal to their businesses. Next slide po. Tourism businesses in the Philippines is one of the most affected sectors when the pandemic coronavirus disease 19 or COVID-19 happened, as the national government and National Interagency Task Force decided to close all the borders in the Philippines, as well as the restricting traveling across the country, incoming and outgoing of flights since airports and hotels are also closed, and stop accepting tourists from abroad. Millions of Filipino people stop in their jobs, mass gatherings also prohibited. The result of the tourism industry greatly affected. Next po. The tourism businesses started to sink when the pandemic happened. Everything gets worse on the abundance of COVID-19. Tourist destinations or tourism businesses in the Philippines closed for the meantime. They are not allowed to accept tourists because they are following the lockdown guidelines of the national government and the health protocols given by the Department of Health. After the enhanced community quarantine, Other places in the Philippines followed the moderate general community quarantine and GCQ. The tourism industry started to reopen only for the local tourists. Resort and travel destinations started to operate again with their new policies. Travel restrictions and requirements to follow the health guidelines given by the DOH. Despite the fact of reopening, the recovery takes too slow, and the crisis brought by the COVID-19 pandemic still felt in tourism businesses, especially in the locality of Iba, Zambales. In view of this, the researchers decided to determine the impact of travel restriction policies and new normal protocols in the income of tourism businesses in Iba, Zambales. Next po. Research objectives. The main objective of the study is to determine how travel restrictions affect the tourism in the municipality of Iba because of coronavirus disease or COVID-19. Next po. Research questions. What policies governing the tourism industry are implemented by the municipal government of Iba? What are the health and safety guidelines for leisure and tourism implemented by the LGU? How does the implementation of these policies and guidelines affect the income of tourism businesses in Iba, Zambales? What are the possible courses of action to revive the tourism industry in Iba, Zambales? Next po. Scope and delimitation. The study aims to recognize the protocols and restrictions policies, local and national, and their impact on the tourism industry in Iba, Zambales. Due to the limited time frame, the researchers aim to focus primarily on the tourist accommodation, beach destinations in the municipality. Next slide. Methodology. Research design. This study uses a qualitative design that will identify the effect of travel restriction policies and new normal protocols on the income of their businesses in Iba, Zambales. This method focuses on the obtaining data through open-ended and conversational communication and focuses in describing the effect of the said problem. Respondents and location. The respondents of the study will be the tourism businesses, especially the resort representatives who have provisional certificate of authority to operate or PCAO in 3 chosen barangays in Iba, Zambales. This includes Barangay Amungan, Bangantalinga, and Lipay Dingin. The researchers will conduct this research paper to 11 resort representatives who have PCAO from Iba, Zambales. Next po. Next po. Instruments. The questionnaire will be used as the main instrument in gathering and collecting data for this paper. These questionnaires will help the researchers to collect and observe all the necessary information from resort representatives who have picked out to analyze the research problem. Sampling technique. The researchers will use non-probability sampling technique in view of fact that not all members of the population have an equal chance of participating in the study. The respondents will be the resort representatives of the resort in Iba, Zambales. Out of 34 resorts with permit, only 11 resorts who have provisional certificate of authority to operate or PCAO will take in the study. Next po. Data collection. The research will begin by collecting data through survey provided by the researchers. The researchers will distribute open-ended questionnaires to the resort representative in Iba, Zambales. The type of data collection will be used in the study is questionnaire. Data analysis. The research is qualitative study. The researcher used survey questionnaires to take part of this study. They use open-ended questions that will use to collect data to identify the effect of travel restrictions, policies, and new normal protocols on the income of tourism businesses in Iba, Zambales. Then researchers will check the validity of the questionnaire to determine the findings and analysis of the study. The questions came up from the statement of the problem and in objectives. The researchers will make sure that all of the answers came from the respondents who take part in this study will be kept in utmost confidentiality and will only be used for data collection. The researchers conduct a face-to-face survey in tourism businesses in Niba, Zambales. Next slide po.
Good day, everyone. I am Barry May Munoz, and I will be present the findings and analysis. The researchers presents findings and analysis of the travel restrictions, policies, and new normal protocols on the income of the tourism businesses in Iba, Zambales. The researchers gathered data by giving a survey questionnaire to the resort representatives who have provisional certificate of authority to operate or PICAO. As mentioned below, the 3 chosen barangays in Iba. This includes Barangay Amungan, Bangantalinga, and Lipay Dingin that compose of 9 out of 11 respondents. In this part of research, the researcher ensured that the topic is fully discussed. The researchers can be able to get data and information that is a big help to our research study. The researchers constructed questions that should be asked to the resort representatives. The researchers get 80% out of 100%. The researchers did survey questionnaire and made a letter for the permission to conduct survey, and afterwards, researcher tally the results or data that they gathered and converted it into percentage. Next slide, please. So here are the findings. For question number 1, what are the effects of travel restrictions policies implemented by the LGU to your business? As we can see, majority of their answer are less and no income. Their income decreased or no income at all due to no customers and limited tourists only is allowed. They answer also that the policies implemented by the LGU will affect their daily transaction. Next slide, please. For question number 2, what are the effects of COVID-19 health and safety protocols implemented by LGU to your businesses? Very few customers are coming because of the health and safety protocols, but it's for their safety also. Only limited tourists can enter the resort. That is why tourists are rare. Sometimes only one customer go to the resorts in a week, but sometimes no one really goes. Next is question number 3. Sir. What are the requirements for customers planning to book a reservation or visit your establishment before the pandemic? How about now in the new normal setup in compliance to COVID-19 protocols? All of the respondents say that there are no requirements before lockdown. Or pandemic. It was only when the pandemic just started, the LGU began to tighten the rules. These are the requirements needed. Rapid test or swab test, and 65 years old above and 15 years old below are not allowed to come. Face mask, travel pass, and the certificate of indigency that the tourist is living in Zambales. Next slide, please. For question number 4, thinking about what you earned on average a month, coronavirus pandemic, what percentage of income have you lost? As we can see here, it indicates here that most of their income was decreased and it's a big loss for their business than before. Next slide po.
For question number 5, what are the strategies in promoting your businesses and attracting customers amidst this pandemic? According to the respondents, they lowered their rate and gave a discount. They are also promoting their tourist spot in their social media account. The two resorts says that they haven't any promotion, but the other one says that the priority of them was the health of the customers. Next slide po. So as the summary to the findings and analysis, the researchers found out that the impact of the pandemic on tourist businesses has led to many businesses losses. But so far, even if the income is small, at least they have the following safety protocols from LGU. And for the conclusion and recommendations, ever since the pandemic started, the new normal life began. There are always policies, restrictions, and lockdown being implemented everywhere. During ECQ, many businesses, especially tourist businesses temporarily, closed and shut down forever because of their losses that they think it will be impossible to gain again since they don't know when will the pandemic stop and everything will become normal again. When many places in the Philippines, included Iba Zambales, lifted their ECQ and turned into GCQ or MGCQ, tourist businesses open and trying to gain back their losses again. In Iba Zambales tourism businesses specifically, the resort's owners' representatives are hopeless because for their meantime, they will only be accepting customers and reservations within Zambales only, and they need to follow guidelines and rules from the Tourism Provincial Office and acquired PICAO for them to operate again. Customers' reservations are very rare even though the others lowered their rates and other give promotions. Still, customers are not beating it. That's why their profits since the beginning of pandemic are not enough to support their maintenance and pay their staff. And for recommendations, the researchers helped to form solutions for LGU and tourist businesses in Iba Zambales for new normal policies and to gain more customers amidst this pandemic to help them gain income and recover for their losses between in economic and their profits. To gain back the profits and recover from their losses, the researchers recommended following for LGU and tourist businesses. Next slide, please. Number 1, every tourism businesses in Iba Zambales are required to have a QR code wherein if you can scan the code, health protocols, travel restrictions, and travel requirements in Iba Zambales will show. It will also show what are the promotions and rates, requirements when planned to book their reservations. You can also pay early. You can also fill out information about your early reservations with your family and friends. You will also indicate your health information for safety purposes. Your information will be kept with utmost confidentiality. In this way, customers will know first what they need when traveling to Iba Zambales and will be aware of new normal policies. Number 2, LGU of Iba Zambales will help to promote every tourism businesses there who have PICAO to attract customers by posting each of them in their official Facebook. Each of them will have an endorsement video entry that will showcase their tourist spot or business, their promotions and informations that will posted in LGU IBA official Facebook page. Hopefully, in this small act, every tourism businesses will gain customers again and little by little will recover from their losses. Number 3, support your local tourism destinations. Iba natin to. Help to spread this hashtag to show the others that Zambales tourist businesses is one of a kind. LGU must help to promote tourist spots in Zambales to Zambaleños out there. Emphasize that you can find beauty and peace there and can rest and rid your anxiety from your own locality without risking your health. That's all. Thank you po.
Thank you, Miss Barry. Thank you, presenters. Pwede na po tayong mag-ask po ng questions.
Comment lang. Okay. Again, nalito na naman kami. Kung sabi niya kanina kasi it's a qualitative study, tapos yung data gathering niya is through survey questionnaire. Hindi ako magtatanong, magre-recommend na lang kasi alam kong wala pa sila talaga sa research na subject. So I really appreciate na nakagawa sila ng ganitong output sa sa isang subject lang. So kailangan lang kapag kasi quali kailangan again, sabi ni Ma'am Cabal, may coding of themes and subthemes. Hindi ko nakita siya. Tapos yung data gathering, hindi ko nakita. Pag quali, ano ba ang ginamit niya? Okay, ano yung sampling na ginamit niya? Then, hinahanap ko din, syempre, qualitative study yan. Did you conduct key informant interview or FGD? Nag-FGD ba? So, yun lang yun. Kasi, pag qualitative study, hindi ko nakita yung presentation ng qualitative study doon. Tapos, quanti-side, doon sa quanti-side, ano yung ginamit nyo sa quantitative? And pagdating doon sa recommendation, balikan mo ulit yung objective mo, balikan mo para makagawa ka or para makadraw ka ng mas magandang recommendation. Ganun din doon sa conclusion. Medyo nalito lang kasi. Ganun lang. Di bali mapapolish yan dahil ngayon pa lang kayo magkakaroon ng subject na research, ngayong SEM pa lang. So congratulations participants.
May I, ma'am?
Nako, eto na kasi tourism.
Okay. Mga ading, sige. Simulan ko na muna siguro regarding with your presentation. If you're going to present, actually, you need to present your paper presentation. Pag naka-PowerPoint na yan, make sure na readable yan. Not only to you, but also to the viewers or to the panel. Okay? So, yun yung pinakauna natin. Tapos, since qualitative itong study ninyo, since medyo hanga nga ako sa inyo dahil parang isang subject lang pala ito pero meron na kayong output kaagad. So mapapaganda pa to pag meron na kayo talagang research. Okay? If you're going to continue with this. Okay? Since qualitative kasi ito, since si Ma'am Garson naman siguro yung magiging teacher nyo o yung advisor niyo, actually, there are terminologies actually that you are going to use when it comes to qualitative research. For example, respondents kasi madalas ang ginagamit sa quantitative. Pero pag qualitative yan, it's either participants, co-researchers, etc. and etc. but not respondents. Okay? Same. Parang ganun din sa survey questionnaire actually, it is for quantitative but then for the qualitative, ang ginagamit natin ay guide questions kasi. Okay? So medyo maging maingat lang kayo in terms of picking the right terminologies when it comes to quantitative or qualitative. Okay? Yun nga yung sinasabi natin, yung sa quantitative, sa qualitative na study niyo, medyo i-adjust nyo na lang siya siguro unti or with the guidance of your incoming research instructors, medyo mas mapapaganda siya. Tapos, make sure, mga ading, kung ginamit nyo yung accommodation na terms, okay? Since part kasi yan ng tourism, medyo i-clarify ninyo kasi meron kayong dinugtong na beach resorts, okay? Pag sinabi kasing accommodations, ibig sabihin broad kasi yan, okay? Yan, accommodation na yan, may beach resort, papasok, hotel ba yan, etc. and etc. So, you need to pick the right terms, okay? Tapos yung tourist kasi mga ading, may criteria din tayong tinatawag dyan. Hindi pwedeng basta ginagamit ang tourist na terminology. Okay? So it's better to be safe na ang gamitin ninyo ay visitors. Okay? Kasi generic siya. Pero pag tourist kasi ang ginamit, medyo in-depth kasi yon, may criteria na hinahanap doon. Okay? Tapos, sa title ninyo, siguro medyo mas maigaganda pa. Parang pwede pa ninyo unti i-revise. Para sa akin lang naman. Pero so far naman medyo nabibilib na ako dahil parang isang subject lang pala ito pero natatapos ninyo kaagad siya. So, yun lang siguro sa akin mga presenters. So, thank you and congratulations po.
I think we can proceed now with our last presenter of the day, Jubel.
Yes po, sir. Thank you po. Let us proceed po to the last study entitled Manong Driver in the New Normal, a quantitative report on how the local government units tricycle fare matrix in the new normal affects the livelihood of the drivers. The authors of the study are Mr. Alejandro Ablola, Ms. Christine Abagon, Mr. John Lex Agbanglo, Ms. Jonaline Amanonce, Ms. April May Amugis, Mr. James William Barbosa, and Ms. Rachel Bernal. Mr. Alejandro Ablola and Mr. John Lex Agbanglo will be presenting their paper.
Good and blessed day, everyone. We are here to present our research titled Manong Driver, a Quantitative Report on how the LGU's tricycle fare matrix in the new normal affects the livelihood of the drivers. Next slide. So, introduction. Looking into the state of the current pandemic, with the implementation of the community quarantines, one of the most affected individuals, especially in the earlier months, were the informal and irregular workers, such as street vendors, tricycle and jeepney drivers, and the like. In this study, however, we will be focusing on the tricycle drivers in the LGU of IBA. This study aims to determine how much effect the pandemic had and have on the livelihood of these informal workers, with the implementation of the LGU's tricycle fare matrix in the new normal. Although we can already come up with a general overview or idea of how and even to what degree the current pandemic has affected these informal workers, much statistical knowledge about the actual state of these workers during this pandemic are still left undefined, particularly in the local government levels. Next. So in our presentation, we didn't include the statement of the problem because of the time restriction, but I will be mentioning it here because of its importance. So our statement of the problem. What is the effect of the LGU's tricycle fare matrix in the new normal on the livelihood of the drivers? Research question. How does the new normal affect tricycle drivers' livelihood? Research objectives. General. Effect of the newly established minimum tricycle fare on their livelihood. So we included two specific objectives, which the first one is find out the tricycle driver's current average income and passengers per day compared to their average income and passengers per day before the community quarantine was imposed. The last objective is to give the LGU of IBA a basis upon which they can formulate policies that would help benefit or aid the tricycle drivers during this pandemic. So, methodology. Research design. The researchers used quantitative research to collect data. A non-experimental descriptive method of research was also used. Respondents and location. 60 public transportation tricycle driver of IBA Zambales were taken as a respondents of this study, according to the calculated sample size. Research instrument. The researchers used a survey questionnaire to gather the data needed while observing health and safety protocols. So the survey questionnaire was composed of two parts. The first part aims to gather information on the respondent's profile, such as name, sex, age, civil status, location, zone, length, years in operation. The second part aims to gather information regarding how the LGU's tricycle fare matrix in the new normal affects the livelihood of the drivers in Iba Zambales. Method of gathering data. Copies of the Tagalog questionnaire were distributed to respondents. Face-to-face interview sessions with the respondents were held to ensure the correction and fitness of the data. Next. So these are the scales used in the study. Scaling from 1 to 5, with 5 being the highest, 1 being the lowest, and descriptive rating ranging from strongly disagree to strongly agree. Next slide. These are the profile of the respondents according to age. So from ages 20 to 39, its frequency is 22 and the percentage is 36.67. And from ages 40 and above, which had the highest frequency of 38 with a percentage of 63.33%. Next slide. So these are the profile of the respondents according to gender. All of our respondents were males, so this implies that this is a man's job, majority. Next. This is a profile of the respondents according to civil status. Married status had the highest frequency of 50 with the percentage of 83.33%. And the single status had the lowest frequency of 10, which had the percentage of 16.67%. As we can see in this table, most of our respondents are the breadwinners, which means that they are the primary source of income for their family. Next slide. This is a profile of the respondents according to zones and barangays. So below are the list of the zones and barangays, which has Amungan, Bangantalinga, Dirita, Bologuen, Lipay, Dingin, Panibuatan, Palanginan, San Agustin, Santa Barbara. I will not go into further detail with this slide because of the time restrictions. So the one that I want to mention is Palanginan had the highest frequency level, which had 22 and percentage of 36.67%. Next slide. And Santa Rosario had the lowest with frequency with 0 and 0%. Next slide. Level of agreement or disagreement of the respondents. So here are the following questions which we use in our questionnaire. So the first question is, having an additional job is necessary to provide for the daily needs of my family during this pandemic. This question had the weighted mean of 4.5 with the interpretation of strongly disagree. Second question, the health protocols on tricycle operations are strictly implemented and are strictly observed in the municipality. This question had the weighted mean of 4.4 with the interpretation of strongly agree. Next slide. Third question, there are opportunities provided by the LGU to assist tricycle drivers needing additional income. This had the weighted mean of 3.5 with the interpretation of agree. Fourth question, my income as a tricycle driver is enough for our daily needs. This question had the weighted mean of 2.2 with the interpretation of neutral. The last question, the average number of passengers per day is affected since the start of the pandemic. This question had the weighted mean of 4.3 with interpretation of strongly agree. Next slide. Level of satisfaction or dissatisfaction of the respondents. This is the question. How satisfied are you with the authorities in the way they perform their duty of implementing health and safety protocols. This question had the weighted mean of 3.3 with the interpretation of satisfied. Next. This is the rating of the respondents. How would you rate the helpfulness of LGU EBA in providing tricycle drivers other opportunities to earn despite of pandemic? This question had the weighted mean of 3.3 and interpretation of good. Next. Yes or no? Is average number of passengers per day affected since the start of the pandemic? Most of our responders responded with yes, with 58, and no with 2. And so the interpretation is yes. Next. What is the average daily number of passengers before the implementation of community quarantines? So the passenger numbers ranging from 20 to 29 had the highest frequency of 21 with a percentage of 35. And the passengers numbering from 30 to 39 had the lowest frequency of 4 with a percentage of 6.66. Next slide. As you can see, this is the graph that illustrates the table above in regards to the average daily passengers before the community quarantines. Next. What is the average daily number of passengers after the implementation of community quarantines? So the passengers numbering from 10 to 19 had the highest frequency of 51 with a percentage of 88.33%. And passengers numbering from 40 and above had the lowest frequency with 1 with a percentage of 1.67%. Next. Again, this is the graph that illustrates the table above. And as you can see, there is a significant drop in the average daily passengers before and after the implementation of the community quarantines. Next. What is the average daily income before the implementation of the community quarantine? So the income of 300 pesos to 399 had the highest frequency of 20 with a percentage of 33.33%. And the income of 400 pesos to 499 with the lowest frequency of 10 with a percentage of 16.67%. Next slide. So yet again, this is the graph that illustrates the table above. So you guys can see that the daily average income before the community quarantine was implemented was spread throughout the 4 given choices. Next slide. What is the average daily income after the implementation of a community quarantine? So income of 200 to 299 pesos had the highest frequency of 38 with the percentage of 63.33%. The income of 500 pesos and above had the lowest frequency of 2 with a percentage of 3.33%. Next slide. So again, there is a significant drop in the daily income, average income of the drivers before and after the implementation of the quarantines. I just want to note that there were a few respondents who reported to be averaging a much lower income than the lowest choice of income given in our questionnaire, which is 200 pesos. So some of them had even lower income after the implementation of the community quarantines. Next slide. So what is their policy recommendation in minimizing the loss of income of tricycle drivers while ensuring the health and safety of citizens? So we gave them 3 policy options, and the first one is to lower tricycle fare rates, which had a frequency of 1 with a percentage of 1.66. The second policy option that we gave them is to provide livelihood programs for tricycle drivers, which has the highest frequency of 48 with a percentage of 80. And the last policy option that we gave them is temporary food discounts for tricycle drivers in groceries and marketplace, which had a frequency of 9 and percentage of 15%. Next presenter.
Okay, in conclusion, the enactment of the tricycle fare matrix in the new normal by the LGU IPA Zambales has contributed to decrease of average daily income and passengers of tricycle drivers after the enactment of tricycle fare matrix in the new normal. Therefore, determining the proper tricycle fare matrix in the new normal that is feasible for the average commuter to pay for is imperative and the sustainability of the livelihood of the tricycle drivers. Based on the data that has been gathered in Table 9 and 10, the average daily income of the tricycle drivers is higher before the implementation of the community quarantine, with an average of 300 and 399 pesos. The current average income of tricycle drivers during this pandemics, with the implementation of the tricycle fare metrics in the new normal, only ranges from 200 to 299 pesos, and even a few other respondents stating that their current average daily income is much lower than the lowest option that we provide in our survey questionnaire, based on some of the researchers' hands accounts when they conducted the survey, which our group did not include in the actual data. Next slide, please. For the recommendation, the researchers provide the respondents with the option on what policy recommendation they would like for the LGU IPA Zambales to formulate to help alleviate the effects of the pandemic on their livelihood. Our group wanted the respondents to get involved in the formulation of the policies concerning their type of livelihood. The kind of livelihood programs that the LGU IPA will provide will depend on the legislator themselves, based on economic and budget analysis and other factors that we will not dive into. Another recommendations that our group came up with based on the data that we have collected, specifically the data collected on table number 5, question number 1, 4, and 5, table number 7, 8, 9, and 10, is for the LG of IBA to reenact Ordinance number 08 series of 2018 that provides the tricycle fare matrix. Based on the data that we have collected concerning the passengers that the drivers were able to render service to per day before and after the implementation of the community quarantines. There are less passengers after the community quarantine is implemented. This is primarily the result of the new normal health and safety transport protocols of the Interagency Task Force or IATF, which includes observing social distancing in the operation and conduct of tricycle drivers. Another reason for this is that current tricycle fare metrics is simply just way too costly for the average Filipino commuter to even consider paying for, including our entire research group is in most cases. Being a student and having no regular source of income as of date, this idea of reenacting Ordinance number 08 series of 2018 will definitely attract more passengers and potentially more income for the tricycle drivers, also because of the current easing off of the community quarantine restriction in many areas, including in the municipality of Iba. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, presenters. Thank you, Mr. Alejandro Ablola and Mr. John Lex Agbanglo. So is there anyone po in the room who wants to raise questions, recommendations po, or comments?
Ayun, si Sir Dan.
Okay, ako na ba?
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
wait lang. Okay, so regarding with your study actually, manong driver, a quantitative report on how the LG's tricycle fare matrix given new normal affects the livelihood of the drivers. Actually, this one is good. This is very good study. Okay? So, kung ako siguro, this one is okay to proceed with the research because it is unique. It is timely. Okay? And at the same time lang, medyo hindi ko kasi gaano nasundan yung mga ibang presentation. Okay, ito lang yung bibigay ko na lang sigurong tip regarding with this study. Make sure that your SOP is connected somehow with your conclusion. If how many SOP do you have, it should be answered with same number. Okay? Pag lima dun sa tinatanong, dapat meron din siyang katumbas, okay, na lima sa dulo. Okay? Tapos, ito kasing study ninyo, mas maganda sana, tingin ko lang ha, it's better siguro pag ginamitan nyo ito ng mixed method. Okay? Para mayroon siyang quantitative part, meron din siyang qualitative for you to be in depth of the interview with the driver para mas malaman nyo talaga kung pwede nyo kasing gamitin na supporting informations yung mga sasabihin ng mga drivers na tricycle driver, I mean. Pero so far naman, sa tingin ko, ito yung pinaka-unique, pinaka-pwedeng magandang study na i-proceed ng Caba. So, congratulations. Maganda ito sa atin. Thank you po.
Thank you po, sir.
Any other recommendations po?
That's a harbor.
Ma'am G.
Okay. Hindi na ako magtatanong, isa na lang ang sasabihin ko. Congratulations kasi unang-una wala silang background pa ng talagang sa research na talagang mahabang background.
Wala na pala siya. Okay, si Ma'am Dr. RG, ma'am, say hi na lang sa kanya and to our Aki, same, beautiful, and at the same time, intellectually capacitated siya, si Ma'am Garzon, to the Dean of the College of Administration and Business, College of Accountancy and Business Administration, to the presenters, to everyone actually who's here, the moderators, to the MC, to the one who facilitated this one. Congratulations, okay? Since this is my, to give you my closing remark, I can probably say siguro magbigay lang ako a little bit informations regarding with this kind of event, okay? So I'll be trying to give siguro a nice ending message na lang. So this first Caba Research Colloquium with a theme enhancing research undertakings in the new business world, tama po ba? Is indeed a great success. Most probably siguro, research nowadays kasi is very important, not only to you, but also within or with the community, okay? Because this research can serve as a catalyst, okay? When we say catalyst, it can be a great help to develop actually, because by means of giving your suggestions or recommendations, it can be probably a good solution for them sa mga pinag-aaralan ninyo na study, okay? So, para sa akin, to the host, to the Caba researchers, faculty advisors, if meron man sila, mas lalo sinasabi kasi ni Ma'am Garson na parang isa subject lang nila ito. I salute you because it's hard actually to present. But then you have anong tawag doon? You have the strength, di ba, to present. So, ibig sabihin, by means of presenting pa lang, you are already a winner. Okay? Kasi it's hard actually to present. Most probably nga pati nga mga faculty, if we presented actually our research not only in this small event, pag sa event nga kinakabahan din kami. So it's normal, okay? So I salute everyone. So for the Caba, for the students and advisors, I am very much thankful for your cooperation with Sir Fritz and to the facilitator of this event, because this is a great help not only to the college but also to you guys, because I do hope so na hindi kayo mag-stop. Okay, but then you are going to continue. So with that, I can probably say Caba is unbeatable because you do this research. Okay, so you are marking a difference again. So thank you once again po sa inyong lahat. So good morning po ulit. Ay, good afternoon na po pala.
Wow, Sir Dan, that's a very good impromptu speech. Thank you so much also for attending our event. And shout out then to our technical committee head and of course sa nag-control ng lahat ng presentation, Sir Donald Dayo. Thank you po for your assistance and support. And last na po, can we have our group photo, official photo? Can everyone open cam, please? Open their camera and then we are going to screenshot na lang. Okay. Sir Donald, pa-screenshot. Okay.
Yes, sir. I will.
Open cam ka rin. Okay.
Okay po. Smile. 1, 2, 3, first page. And
ayan.
Okay po.
Kumaklap na si Dandan eh.
Okay na ba?
Okay
Yeah.
na po. Okay na po.
Kaya sa'yo.
Congratulations, Sir Fritz!
Congrats po, Sir Fritz.
Congratulations!
Congrats, Sir
Congratulations to everyone. Thank you po to our...
Congratulations sa lahat ng presenters.
Thank you, Ma'am Garza.
Job well done, Sir Fritz, Sir Donald. Salamat na madami.
Okay.
Sir, more researches po.
Yes.
Bakit? Sir, pwede na mag-leave.
Yung evaluation form, isi-send na lang po namin sa ating mga group chats. Thank you.
Congrats, sir, and thank you. Bye-bye. Sir, pwede na mag-leave?
Yes.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you po. Thank you po.